really wanted the dragon. They really wanted it, but they got a little bit chunked too low, and now it's just not working out for them.
As we're getting a little bit of... I'm going to pause the game up real fast. We're getting a little bit of lag right here. RIT's internet isn't really doing us good, so we're going to have to give it a minute.
Ah, jeez.
It's okay.
Scuffed.
We don't want people to miss out on the
go.
game. Oh, there we go. We're back in. We're back and ready to go. Okay, I'm going to start back up the game as we are back live. A little bit of a hiccup there, the internet disconnecting, but again, right back into this game. Didn't really miss anything.
It's okay. Tech school, by the way.
Yeah, tech school, by the way. Great internet, by the way.
You know how it goes. You know how it goes.
So, getting back into this game, RIT is only back up about 1,000 gold right now. McMaster was able to close the gold gap a little bit as it was at around 3,000 at one point a little bit earlier into this game. But this is just going to be the clash of the mid game that we talked about in Champion Select. As Valen is starting to scale up a little bit, he got his Runans. He's going to have those AoE crits now to follow up with the Sivir.
Yeah, RIT not as far ahead as they wish they could have been in this mid game, but it still is a bit of a lead nonetheless. But they are going to have to play these micro. They're going to have to play the micro well. Try to get Valiant, try to pick them off, but it's going to be so hard with the Zillion and the Morgana that they're going to have to try to get some sort of crazy pick on there. Maybe Sagusa just gonna try to ult him. Maybe Solus somehow gets a bubble onto him because Steletta needs to deal with everyone that's in his path. It's going to be in the front line.
RIT is actually pressuring up the Baron River right now. They get the Scuttle Crab, so they're going to have that uncontestable vision right there. So there isn't quite a fight breaking out yet. AO, it's Django's teleport is coming up very soon, so he's going to look to pressure that bot lane as RIT actually starts up a Baron right now. Lots of damage coming out from Solus, already hitting that Paddle Star onto a priority target. He's going to get taken fairly low right now, though. About 300 or 30% health as a fight is breaking out. Equalizer has already burned so much damage as Variation is going to fall. 1-for-1 trade so far in the fight as Infiltrator is also going to fall in the backline. Jinx is split up from the fight. Sagusa is getting a lot of damage dealt as the Chrono Shift is burned. Solus picking up another kill, and this is actually going to be RIT just getting wiped right now as the Zillion pulls out all his damage.
That was exactly what McMaster needed. They had Valen just hitting everyone up, and RIT split up for the ADC, and unfortunately Infiltrator wasn't enough to take out Valen, so they just did so much damage, and AOH Django just wreaking havoc on the backline of RIT. This is disastrous for them. They took this wrong fight, and now it's going to be McMaster taking the inhib turret, and this is a huge swing in momentum for this game. They are going to get the inhib, and they're going to look for the Baron set up after. I mean, this is great stuff from them, though. It looks like now they're gonna try to get a bit of stabilization here. RIT still has the team fight to be able to come back here, but it's looking a little rough now.
It's looking very rough now for RIT as McMaster getting a lead going into this late game stage. It's going to be extremely good for their composition. RIT just needs to get the priority targets down, look to get that AD carry down. In that fight, they got the damage immediately off onto the Morgana, which isn't exactly who they want, although it is still fairly good to get any sort of damage they can to force those power-up champions to get away from the Jinx. So RIT is just trying to get a little bit back into this game. They're down in inhib, so they're going to need to defend this mid lane and make sure to push it out so the waves don't crash into their nexus. But this is going to be Baron pressure overall towards McMaster as they're getting some wards down and wards cleared as well.
Yeah, McMaster did a really good job of sort of calling these mid-game team fights, recognizing that they were able to win some of these fights that RIT was stepping a little too close for, maybe a little bit of a split from RIT. They were able to just play together, play the front to back, protect Valen while AOH Django distracted the backline. So, you know, this is a really good spot for them. But RIT, of course, still has fight and pick potential, so it can still be anyone's game, but it's going to be a bit of advantage on McMaster right now.
Infiltrator isn't quite as tanky as he wants to be quite yet. He's been just getting burst out before these fights have even really been happening. So once he gets to being a little bit stronger of a tank, I think RIT is going to have a little bit more of a chance in these fights. But as we see right now, the damage of all the champions from McMaster are just enabling them to burst out RIT before these fights really have a chance to get to a close stage.
Yeah, the Vladimir is so strong. 3 levels up on Sagusa. He's level 17. I don't even know how in the world that happened. I guess Venerated maybe giving him all the XP, but that's insane. Level 17. He is absolutely a monster right now, almost completing his Rabadon's death cap with the Spellbinder. It's just going to be so much burst damage, and the AoE is going to be insane coming out from him. So now it's RIT going to have to look out for AH Django and Valiant at the same time, and that's going to be nearly impossible to take care of.
No, even then, RIT is actually going to have a global pressure advantage very soon, as Sagusa's teleport is going to be coming up in around 15 seconds, whereas AO It's Django, this is still down for perhaps another minute or so. It's about 3/4 stun on the cooldown. So RIT is going to be offering a little bit more pressure in these fights, but Infiltrator is getting poked out yet again before the fight really happens.
Yeah, and now it's pretty much just a dance around the Baron. You know, McMaster does have the super minions, so they're gonna try to shove out these waves as much as they can and try to get the Baron vision control. And it looks like our team gonna be trying to look for a fight with this TP advantage, and they're gonna try to keep up, but it's looking really grim for them. They're gonna try to get poked out, but the minion advantage is just too strong on the side of McMaster. They have so much going for them right now. And it's going to be probably just a Baron dance. So it's going to be maybe a pick on the side of, you know, RIT, maybe a pick on the side of McMaster. They both have ways to get picks here, and it's going to be this very scary mid game. As we were talking about, the micro plays are going to be very huge here for both sides.
It's true. Infiltrator's clearing out some wards right now around the blue. So RIT is just going to try to get their ward coverage back over across Baron as they force McMaster back towards their base, but Kizme is actually taking extremely low right here, forced to burn the stopwatch and taken out due to the super mega death rocket from Valen. This is actually going to be McMaster getting the pressure back towards their favor, although Valen is forced to burn his flash, not what you want to see.
Yeah, they burn his flash, but unfortunately Kazeme gets caught out and they're not able to get him out, and so this is huge for the side of McMaster. I don't know if they can do a 4v1, 4v5 here. I mean, they do have the Rumble ult, but Sagusa is behind, so I'm not sure how much damage he can actually deal. They're going to have to try to get some stuff here going on.
Solus is looking to get these paddle stars to take out McMaster in this fight. They need to get that poke down before anything really happens. They're able to stop the Baron, but McMaster is just going to have a rotation towards the top side looking for that turret, as RIT is looking to counter that pressure with a push in the mid lane. RIT is winning this so far. They're going to be able to get this turret. Maybe looking for 2. McMaster doesn't have the rotation back quite yet. They're going to be able to get this top turret, but RIT has so much more pressure with all these people grouped up. They're actually pinging Baron right now, probably looking to clear the waves, or sorry, clear the wards yet again.
Yeah, the mid lane turret definitely a worth trade for that top lane turret. The top lane turret not giving too much, but they're going to try to catch out AoE's Django. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, Sagusa is up there, but the teleport burned from the Venerated is going to make this fight go back towards McMaster's favor, as Kazeme is already falling. Everyone on McMaster is about half health right now, as RIT still has the advantage in this fight, but Valen is coming in here. The bot lane from McMaster is back in this fight. Solus falls over, as well as Stiletta. Those are the carries down for RIT. This is a 5v2 now, as AO It's Django flashes in to secure the kill on Sagusa as well. Infiltrator's the last man standing.
This is disastrous from RIT. They try to get some sort of pickup AO It's Django, but they also knew Veneration was there, and he didn't back before they got there. And AO It's Django, he has everything up, and he's so far ahead that he just heals straight through. Sagusa's behind, Kazeme's a support. They didn't have any damage to burst him down, and he lives through everything before the rest of RT was able to get there. Solus and Stiletta weren't there in time, and they weren't able to get anything going. And now it's going to be the Baron going over for them.
Yep. Infiltrator was not able to get close enough, as AO It's Django and Diminish were just able to zone him out, preventing him from getting into that pit. This is actually going to end up being about a 6k gold lead over for McMaster, as they're playing this late game very, very well. This Jinx is starting to really come alive at the moment. She has so much damage. whereas Stiletta is just dying in these fights before he can really get much across. So this is just a huge lead for McMaster right now, and RIT is going to need to be thinking about perhaps how they're going to change the draft up for the next game.
Yeah, it's not often we see RIT drop the ball this much in the mid game. They did have the lead, but McMaster playing their comp so well in this mid game, and they've done a really good job of understanding when they need to take these fights, what their limits are, and they've secured all these objectives, and they've played around the Baron so well, and they're recognizing all these opportunities they have, and Valine has done a great job of just dishing out the damage along with AOH Django, and the teamwork is just so strong on the side here of McMaster, and RT kind of missing some good shot calls. They keep trying to get picks, but AOH Django is just too strong right now, and this is going to be a huge uphill battle for RT.
This Vladimir is so unbelievably far ahead right now, already level 18. But this is actually going to be a pick on Valen for RIT. Huge damage from that Paddle Star, forcing this 4v5 to come alive. RIT has a man advantage going into the next fight. It's going to kill off some pressure from the Baron. That is on the side of McMaster. Bubble landing onto Diminish, but he's going to be able to get out of there thanks to Black Shield.
Yeah, that is a huge question mark play there coming out from Valine, but now they're going to try to engage. They're going to be able to disengage on the side of McMaster, but that is a huge misplay from Valine. I mean, on the side of RT, you have to know that they have several people that can pick you off as a Jinx, and he's just not respecting it. His QSS wasn't up, his sums weren't up, and he just greeds for the wave in the middle of the lane and gets taken out, and that was 700 gold going over to Solus and taking time off the Baron. So that is huge breathing room for RIT now.
I think the most important fact of that kill is taking the time off the Baron. Jinx is just able to push towers so effectively with the Baron waves. She's just allowed to hit the turrets from so far away with her rockets, or even if she's allowed to get up close with her minigun, she shreds turrets apart. So RT getting that kill is absolutely essential for them surviving this Baron power play on the side of McMaster. As we speak, this is actually a lot of dragons in this game so far. 4 on the side of McMaster, 2 on the side of RIT. This is a little bit shaky neutral objective control in RIT, despite them having so much better ward coverage in the early and mid game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the double Ocean Drake on the side of and actually Sagusa getting taken low, and this is going to be an inhib. They're too slow in the rotation, and this is going to be free for McMaster.
Yeah, RIT couldn't take a fight right there as the equalizer was still down, and they couldn't really make that rotation in time. Despite the Jinx not having her Baron, she can still get into the base and get those auto attacks off onto the turret. His Infiltrator is actually looking for a play right there, goes in with his Glacial Prison, lands it onto the Black Shield, so it's actually going to be nothing from RIT. And right now, as we see the fight going on in the bot lane, and Kazeme falling, AOH Django is just splitting up the top lane. He's able to get onto the Nexus turrets right now. Are we seeing a repeat of Slasher back before with Western Ontario? As RIT is falling in this fight, so much damage just from the 4v4 right now. And this is going to be McMaster picking up this game win, as RIT is going to get aced right here. Solus is the last man to fall. He is able to get the Jinx, but this is going to be nothing for RIT. They are just dying. Their base is falling apart. Game 1 goes over to McMaster.
Yeah, McMaster picking apart RIT there in that mid to late game, playing their comp so well, getting Valine ahead with AOH Django. There was just way too much pressure in those late game team fights, and with the Baron, RIT was not able to stop any of it. They didn't have the wave clear, and they got poked out way too fast by Valine. They try to go for the 4v5, but they aren't able to get anything because of the disengage and supports from the Zillion, from the Morgana, and they just get ripped apart, and the game gets closed decisively there for McMaster. And they're going to go in the next game with a 1-0 lead.
Now, despite RIT having such a very strong early game, they fell apart in that mid game. So I think they're going to look to reconsider their draft, perhaps banning out that Vladimir. AOH Django just had so much of a presence in that game, or perhaps weakening the threat of McMaster playing one of those hyper carry compositions that worked out so well for them in that game. They played the late game so unbelievably well, and they came back from that early game deficit, playing confidently despite having that falling in the early game.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it is a best of 5, so we're gonna see what RIT comes in with the counter pick. Not really sure what they're going to go on. I don't know. This was a very standard comp that they picked. They had Solus and on the Zoe, they had Kazeme on the Thresh. So these are some of their best picks that they got. And I don't know. I guess they're going to have to try to pick something a little more unconventional, kind of have to change it up. This is one of their more standard compositions, but it looks like they're going to have to change something up here.
They really will have to change up the composition going into this game. I want to see perhaps a change in the draft phase. I'm not sure if looking at ban out both that Janna and the other pick that the same player plays is really the smartest idea right now. I don't think Janna is really the best pick as a support at the moment. She isn't quite as bad as she was in the previous patch, but she still falls short due to champions like Morgana, who get her job done a little bit more effectively, and also Thresh, who's pretty much a direct counter to pretty much any caster support there is, except for Morgana.
I think you maybe ban out instead of the Janna. I think maybe you still keep the Lux ban because you aren't familiar with playing against it, but I do think the Janna ban maybe is a bit much in that bot lane. So kind of interesting to see though. But on the side of McMaster though, I don't know if they'll keep the same bans with the J4, Cass, and Ori. I do think they might, like if I was still them, I think I still might ban the Zoe from Stiletta, and maybe try to go from there. But maybe on RT, maybe you try banning these hyper carries, because the mid lane on the side of McMaster does like playing, he does like playing that Zillion a lot too, and you know the enchanters are gonna come out from that bot side, so you're gonna need the counter picks in that bot lane and try to get ahead. They tried doing that, but the hyper carry was just too much. So maybe you try taking out the hyper carry from the side of McMaster.
I would really want to see RIT looking at ban out some different champions going into this next draft phase. As you said, hyper carries are a way that they're going to look at. Last game, they did ban both Caitlyn and Lucian, which aren't exactly hyper carries, but they are extremely strong champions in the bot lane, able to bully out their enemy laners extremely effectively. I do think with their early pick of the Sivir, I'm not sure if they necessarily needed to ban those two champions. Sivir is fairly good into Caitlyn, and Lucian is a so-and-so matchup. It isn't exactly the best one for Sivir, but it's also not the worst. So I think RIT is going to opt into perhaps some different bans, particularly in the second phase of bans, and maybe just look for a different composition in general. Perhaps looking for something like the Zac that they played in the last series.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted this kind of, even though McMaster drafted the losing lanes, RT did a really good job in the early game. They have a really strong early game where they're able to capitalize on lane weaknesses. But unfortunately, the mid to late game side of McMaster was just so strong, especially with that mid game fight that RIT kind of just handed off to the side of McMaster. It put them so much further ahead in the game that it just was too much to come back from.
Yeah, I think RIT needs to play a little bit more, I wouldn't say safe. They've been playing aggressively pretty well in previous series, but they need to look a little bit more into the picks that they're going for. I think they made a lot of overzealous plays in that game, looking for a little bit more than they could, or just picking fights without the proper information, particularly after the early game had ended. They had all the information they needed to make those plays in the early game, but then as the match went on, they started to lose the same amount of pressure that they had, as well as the lead that they had to really get those picks and get those fights that they really wanted.
Yeah, and now it looks like we're just waiting on game 2. The players are currently getting into the lobby, so it's just going to be a little bit just waiting for this champion select. But I mean, this is playoffs though. I mean, you have to think about it. It's going to be tough it's a lot on these two teams. I mean, obviously they're both happy that they made playoffs, but obviously you want to go as far as you can. And now RIT just wants to run as far as they can, and so does McMaster. So both teams are playing their hearts out. So I think now is when we start seeing the very interesting, weird stuff come out, especially from RIT. See how McMaster adapts to that early game aggression from RIT that they were able to secure.
Yeah, I want to see how they play a little bit more. I think we're going to take a small break right now as we're waiting for the game to load up. So we'll be right with you, and we'll see you into this game 2.
What's up, guys? We are back with Game 2 of the CLoL playoffs with RIT and McMaster University. McMaster coming off of a great Game 1 win over RIT, and it looks like we are now in Champ Select for Game 2. And it's going to be RIT with the ban first, and it looks like it's going to be the Lux again, taking that away from Diminish. Same bans from before so far. We have the Lux and the J4, but now it's going to be the Zillion ban coming from RIT. Very strong ban here.
Yeah, it was exactly what we wanted to see them ban coming into this game too. Something to prevent the hyper carry composition that they were running before, or the protect the AD carry just in general. Zillion is just such a strong pick with his ability both to power up an ADC and clear waves extremely effectively. Something like we used to see Lulu played back in like 2014, Lulu mid and top just clearing waves with her Q. But since then, changes have been made and her Q no longer has the same damage as it had before, and Zillion kind of took her place in that mid lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be actually a Sejuani ban coming from RIT. A little weird. They don't ban the Janna and don't ban the Nunu. So curious to see if McMaster plays that at all. It's still going to be the same bans from McMaster. It's going to be the J4 and the Cassiopeia again. Their last ban, of course, last time was the Orianna. So curious to see if they still stick with the Orianna or ban out that Zoe.
I would be looking to see. Oh, it's actually the opposing ban right here. The Nunu is still banned out instead of anything like a Rek'Sai or a lot of the other champions that Infiltrator's kind of looking to pick up. Rek'Sai in recent patches has been extremely strong with his ability to get so much damage across, as well as mobility all the way across the entire game. And well, we're going to see it picked up right here. RIT first picks out that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Infiltrator on that Rek'Sai now. It's one of his picks. I don't think he's played too much lately, but they're going to try to bust it out from this series. So those tank junglers being off the table, going to allow Rek'Sai to do a bit more damage to the team as a whole, especially with that Zillion taken off the table. Rek'Sai is going to be a very good pick here.
Now, I think the Sivir is a smart pick against Rek'Sai. It's going to be able to play pretty much the same way RIT played it in the early game of the last matchup. It's able to just clear the waves, freeze effectively, and not allow Rek'Sai to get his early ganks off, which he's extremely potent at doing. And the Taliyah is actually a very interesting pick here. I don't think that's a jungle Taliyah anymore, though.
Probably not jungle anymore. I do think she can still technically jungle, but obviously it's not as strong as before. But we have seen a little bit of return of Taliyah mid. Just a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Not too much, but it's still a pick that exists. But I'm not too sure about this pick by McMaster. It's not exactly the most high priority, but I feel like there's more things you could have taken here. But it's actually going to be Ezreal, though.
No, I think Taliyah is actually a smart pick into Rek'Sai because he has just such telegraph dashes that she can place her Warped Earth down. I forget exactly what the ability's called. I'm going to look at that. But she's able to place her E down, and it prevents a lot of dashes from coming out from opposing champions, as those mines, I'll say, those little those rock mines are just going to detonate upon dashing over. So even it procs on the ultimate, it procs on the Rek'Sai E when he's burrowed, and it's actually extremely effective at just shutting down his entire engage before you can really get it across.
We're going to see how that works, but now Orianna not banned this time, so Solus is going to pick that up, and then Diminish again forced onto that Morgana. It's looking like going to be a pretty safe lane on the side here from McMaster.
I don't think we're going to be seeing pretty much anything happen in the bot lane. That Spell Shield, Black Shield stacking is just so annoying to deal with. You're never going to be able to fight that in lane. It's just not going to happen. You can't gank it, really. You can't CC them at all. You can't look for those picks. So I think RIT is going to look for probably strong solo laner picks from now on, or at least the top lane.
I love the Braum ban here from McMaster. You know that RIT is going to try to look for that CC heavy frontliner support, but Braum is so good at that, and they're going to take that away. So maybe they might ban an Alistar next. I would say maybe Alistar. I don't think RT would want to go Tom Kench here, but I'm pretty sure that's what they want to go. not really much they can ban from Sagusa here, though.
I don't think Thresh would be a good pickup into this game so far.
There's a Tom Kench.
There's a Tom Kench, exactly what we were expecting right there. But I don't think they're going to opt in for a Thresh, so I'm interested to see what they're going to grab out of this meta currently. Because May has had... He's played mostly champions like Tom Kench, Morgana, Zillion, and Thresh in this
I would say
far season.
I would say they most likely pick the Alistar here. I mean, even though you're probably not doing much in that bot lane, though, you really do need some sort of frontliner, and there's not too much else you can get here.
Also, Cowball.
Yeah. And so,
it is Jungle Talia.
Oh, so it is going to be the jungle, but this is a very AP heavy comp coming out for McMaster, and it's almost all range, so might see what RIT tries to go for here. Maybe they try to go for more engage or sustain then for the poke, so I think this actually opens up some more supports coming out from RIT, so maybe they try to pick something else up.
This is actually, I don't exactly know what they're going to opt in to pick right here, as they do. Oh, there's the Thresh.
They do decide on the Thresh. So
again, I don't think it's very strong into this matchup, but
it's
still a safe champion.
Yeah, I think they were still forced on that. So I guess Stiletto or Kazeme probably liking the Thresh a little more than the Alistar, even though I think he has played the Alistar before. Yeah. Probably just not liking that as much. Maybe he gets a little too poked out. Thresh gonna able to pressure from a bit more longer range in the squishy comp, even though they do have the spell shield. Oh, the Yorick coming out from Sagusa.
In before Jack's pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if AO's Jungle has a Jax counter pick, but oh my god, he's hovering Tryndamere. Don't do it. I don't know if he's gonna do it to him, but...
we can definitely see about that. We've already seen the potency of AO. It's Django in the top lane. He's such a strong player. So I think it's going to be the Jax lock in here. It's an excellent pick into Yorick.
Yeah, and we actually saw Sagusa on that Yorick counter pick last week versus UMBC, and he did a very good job. I mean, in the mid to late game, it's just so oppressive. Like, Yorick just can't do anything against Jax because he counter-strikes through everything, especially when he gets Spear of Sojin. Yorick's just not able to do any damage to Jax.
This game is looking like another AO is Django solo carry matchup, as Jax is just so unbelievably strong of a champion, especially if he gets a black shield as well. He can 1v5 fight so effectively, and he even dodges out a lot of the things RIT has to throw at him. He counters pretty much all of Ezreal's damage. He counters Rek'Sai's knockup. That doesn't affect him during Counter-Strike, as it is an auto attack.
Really? That's an auto attack?
I believe it counts as an auto attack.
I
need to check that.
No, because you can because you unburrow. You can unburrow as an ability. Like you can just pop up without attacking. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it's still.
Really?
I mean, it doesn't block this. Actually, I'm not sure about that. I would need to check that.
I'm pretty sure that still knocks you up. I'm pretty sure it's not an auto attack technically.
Okay.
Because it's a different thing.
It does reduce all of its damage though. It does reduce the auto attack damage because it counts as AOE.
Okay.
So even then,
I guess
the damage. So he can't really be damaged by the Rek'Sai in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know. I mean, even though I'm a jungle, I still haven't played Rek'Sai, even though he's really good. So I still have not played Rek'Sai. So
I play him a few times on this patch. I did play him into the Jax
I want to
matchup,
say that I've played Rek'Sai before though, but it's been a very long time. I'm pretty sure that his W when he knocks up is just he just unburrows.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think I'm stupid right now.
Because I think when you auto someone, it still knocks you up.
I think I'm thinking of a different champion right now. I think I'm thinking of Ornn. His auto attack doesn't knock up at all against Jack's Counter Strike. It's some knock up auto attack, okay? I'm like kind of stupid, but I'm more boosted. So we're going to be looking into this comp a little bit more seriously from here on out, as RT did draft a comp that doesn't really have a reliable ball delivery. I would say Rek'Sai is probably the best option that they have. And if they're really looking to be complete memers, I would love to see an Ezreal Ian with the ball, but I really highly doubt that's going to happen.
I think the problem here is that McMaster has drafted a very kitey comp. It's so hard for RIT to get on them. There's really no good way they have to get on to the side of McMaster. Maybe if they step up, you get an Oriole. Maybe Rek'Sai tries to go in. A flash from Kazeme is pretty much one of the only ways, and even then you have two spell shields on the side of McMaster. So I really like McMaster's draft here, even though it's a little bit unconventional, a little bit weird. I think it actually works very well into RIT's comp here.
I do think it works out. They got a lot of the counter picks that they wanted. Talia's good into Rek'Sai, more or less. I more see it as a mid lane pick, but it's still okay in the jungle. She doesn't have the same amount of clear speed that she had before, but she's still an okay pick. Just more seen in the mid lane, and even as a support now, specifically in Korea. I think the mid lane matchup is more or less even. I believe Solus played Orianna into Syndra at one point. It might have been the Zoe.
Orianna Syndra's it's a pretty standard mid lane as you get. It's as standard as you get as a mid lane. Yeah, it's pretty much a classic. It's mostly farm lane. I mean, both players do have some room to try to get a solo kill onto the other, but it's mostly going to be farm and roam reliant for these two mid laners. So we'll see what happens there. Pretty much, it's going to be the farm lane. Whoever comes on top there, going to try to play around their jungles, but the Taliyah Syndra, I feel like that duo is a little bit better into the Rek'Sai and the Orianna, because Rek'Sai probably not going to be able. He's probably going to be kited and bursted before he can get close to either of them.
I would assume the same here as Infiltrators. Well, he did first pick that Rek'Sai up. I'm not sure if it was really the best decision to pick it without knowing who you're going into. The champion is unbelievably strong right now, but he does still have his counters. I think Syndra and Talia are both extremely good into the Rek'Sai, and I don't think he's going to be able to get really anything accomplished down in the bot lane. So I'm not really seeing Infiltrator as a huge factor in the early game, which is exactly what he wants to be on this pick. But RIT still has a fairly strong late game that they can look for with the Yorick and with the Ezreal as well. We're going to have to see how this game plays out, but I am liking McMaster's composition a lot more right now.
Yeah, McMaster looking like we're gonna have a pause here. We are in game now, but pause coming out. Not too sure what it is yet.
Have no fear. We're just going to the idle screen while we wait for this pause to get away from here. I did disable the chat so we can find out what was going on. It was just an issue with mid connection for Solus, but we're unpausing here very shortly. We're going to get right back into this game as we're starting game 2 of this series, best of 5, first round of playoffs between RIT and McMaster College.
Yeah, RIT looking to put themselves on the board here. Of course, McMaster wanting to close out this game. Of course, you want a 3-0. You're going to take a 3-0 if you can get it, and they're going to try here to do just that. I would say their pick ban, of course, I think reflecting very heavily on how much they want to win here. I really like their pick ban a lot here. A little weird. I don't know if RIT is exactly comfortable into playing to this kind of comp, but we'll have to see. They do have some comfort picks though, so we're gonna see here.
I haven't seen Talia jungle in a very long time, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. I would assume that if you're picking Talia jungle, then you know how to play it. So variation, I'm looking for him to really pop off in this game, if anybody, to really show off their picks. A lot of the other picks are very standard that we've been seeing for like the last month or so. So I'm looking forward to seeing this really strange kind of niche pick that's more good into the matchup.
Yeah, Talia jungle a little bit weird. I mean, obviously it was really insane. If you remember, a little bit in last season, it was kind of insane. I kind of played it a little bit to the end though, but it does require, especially if you haven't played Talia before and you are a jungle player, it's a bit hard to try to pick it up. It's Talia's just a very weird champ. Her skill shots kind of work weird. Like her E just is very weird. Or no, her W, my bad. It shows how much I played her. Her W is very weird to use if you haven't played her before. So it's kind of a weird thing. But variation, obviously, I don't think they would pick it if he hasn't had any experience on it. So I'm sure that he has played it a decent amount.
Now, a little fun fact, my first, I think, 10 games of Talia ever were on Talia jungle immediately after she was released. I saw that coming. I knew it was going to happen. That champion is actually was a surprisingly good jungler. I kind of called out seeing a little bit ahead of time. But ever since they gave her nerfs at the end of last season going into preseason, I haven't really seen her quite as much. She's still able to be jungled pretty much the same way as she was jungled when I played her jungle, but
yeah,
just
I mean, she can still jungle, she can still clear. It's just not as strong. I mean, obviously, when something gets nerfed, a lot of people just end up dropping it. But obviously, I think this is a different story here. I think Variation can do well here, but actually, Kazemi's doing well.
This could potentially be a kill in the early game if we see a lot of those hooks landing. RIT does have a little bit stronger of an early game champion pick with the Ezreal than last game. So if these hooks are actually landing, they might have the damage to secure a kill in the 2v2. Although it's very unlikely that we'll see a lot of the hooks landing with the two champions that McMaster has drafted so far.
I mean, they did get Valen's flash though, so that is huge pressure for the side of RIT. But it's actually going to be Variation going with the counter jungle. They have no priority on that top side, on the side of RIT, so Variation is going to be getting some counter jungling in. So it's going to be pretty standard here, though. Solus does have priority in the mid lane, but he is getting out CS a bit, though.
Yeah, as we saw in the last game,
we're getting another pause.
Another pause at the current stage of the game. I'm going to go back to our idle screen so we can find out what's going on in game. Get back to you very shortly. It's more mid lag, but this side on the side of McMaster. So I'm just going to have a short little pause here, waiting for it to come back up. In terms of this early game, I think RIT is playing it okay so far. Infiltrator's up a little bit of farm at the moment, as Variation was looking for a gank in the top side a little early and was unable to clear either his Gromp or his Raptors. He was able to get the core camps though, so he's still even in XP more or less, only about 3 CS behind, and that's going to close pretty quickly as Infiltrator's still clearing out his Krugs. He does have the option to clear out his Wolves as well, as Variation is looking for a back right now, but we're going to be able to see very shortly how this is going to play out. We do expect Infiltrator to have a little bit faster clear this early in the game. Intelli is a little bit more reliant on the ganks to really get to her mid-game power spike.
Yeah, well, I mean, Talia on the first clear is a little bit slow, but once you get at least like your jungle item, you actually start clearing camps pretty fast, and then you have a lot of good gank potential, especially once you get 6. So interesting to see there. Infiltrator gonna have a bit more of a good early game killer, as you said, of course, on the Rek'Sai with that AoE. But I'm also interested to see how this top lane is gonna play out, because Sagusa's played Yorick a few times, but AoE's Django, he's shown that, you know, even though that Sagusa's really good in lane, AoH Django just doesn't have a problem just being down a few CS and scaling up. Obviously, last time we saw him playing that Vladimir, he did a very good job of just managing in lane, even though he was a bit down in CS, but he played those mid-game fights so well and just ended up scaling like a absolute monster. And so now on that Jax, he's doing the same things with an even better matchup into the Yorick.
Even though the Jax is strong into the Yorick, I think Sagusa has been playing this early game pretty well, avoiding a lot of trades and even getting positive trades, as he's been getting these grasp procs along with his Q. It's smart of Sagusa to pick up the grasp rather than Conqueror right now, as Conqueror, not only did it get nerfed, but I think grasp is better for short-term trades that Sagusa is going to be looking for a little bit more than the Jax. He's going to want to get a Q and then walk out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to out-trade a Jax, and actually a missed spell shield, but doesn't go out in time, and now it's actually Stiletta in trouble.
He's taking a bunch of damage right there, forced to burn his flash. He's going to fall over due to the ignite and auto-attacking, hit by that bind. Not what you want to have as a early game Ezreal.
Yeah, RIT just a little too ambitious on that bot lane, because they tried to get a hook onto Valine, but the spell shield was barely still up, and that's so unfortunate for the side of RIT, but great stuff from McMaster. They get ahead. Diminish does pick up the kill though, but Stiletta coming down with the TP, not going to lose too much actually, so he's going to try to stay ahead and farm, and going to get some tower play. So now Valine is forced into a kind of an awkward back here, and he's just trying to get poked off of the CS, and now this is actually pretty good tempo for RIT, even though that they gave up the first blood, they are able to deny so much CS from Valine, so it's a little bit of an actually even trade. even though Diminished because Diminished picked up the first blood and Valine wasn't able to get it, it's actually going to be Stiletta ahead, and it's going to be 250 gold for Stiletta, and actually Valine not actually forced it back, so it would have been an interesting interaction there.
It's going to stay a little bit longer, but Stiletta, due to his death, he actually got a fast back right there. It's something that not exactly what you're looking for, but you want to get back at around that 5-minute mark for the Ezreal to pick up his tier. So even though it's not what RIT would have wanted, obviously, you don't want to give up a kill that early, it is allowing Stiletta to get his tier on time instead of looking to get the wave pushed in and get the turret plating or just a favorable back for them. He still gets what he wants, so RIT is able to pressure their gold lead a little bit in the bot lane, and even though they're down a kill, down first blood, they do have a 500 gold lead across the map right now.
Yeah, doing a really good job of CSing around the board. Sagusa pushing in AoH Django, probably going to force a TP here. He's probably going to get a plating too. So this is teleport advantage for Sagusa. He does have the mating up too. So, but it's actually going down. That's really unfortunate. The cooldown is eternal on that thing.
The cooldown is about 3 minutes, I want to say, at rank 1. So it's not something that you like to witness having on cooldown, as there's actually going to be a gank in the mid lane variation looking for that knock-up, not able to find it. Nice sidestep there by Solus. And something that we need to highlight, look at the jungle comparison right now. Look at the levels.
Yeah, I mean, Infiltrator just power farming a bit more. He's just able to, this early game clear is just so strong from Rek'Sai. Taliyah just not able to get going yet, and it's a bind onto Stiletta, taking a bit of damage. But Solus with a great sidestep, both dodging the stun from Syndra, dodging the knockup from Taliyah, looking like Happy Feet in the mid lane.
Now, speaking of Taliyah ganking, she's looking for something on bot, but that controller is going to spot her out. Stella does not have flash right now, still has his E available to get out of this fight, as we're going to see a lot of damage trade on a Solus in the mid lane. He's taken very low. He actually gets the flash out with his shockwave. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, trading each other's lives, but Solus turns that fight in his favor in what looked to be a horrible, horrible situation.
Yeah, Solus just getting bursted down by Venerator, but he's just able to power through it. Flashes over that last Q that Venerator was trying to get for the kill. Flashes in, and he's just able to get the autos. The minions helped him out to get the trade, so not the worst, but I mean, I think it's somewhat of an even trade. Not sure how the mid lane state is right now in terms of the minions, but I would say whoever's pushing to probably got the better trade, and it looks like probably Venerated, but we'll see.
We can check that. It's actually about even right now.
It's about even. So still pretty even on the side of the mid lane, but bot also getting some good pressure in from the side of RIT. You knew Stiletta 20 CS up on Valine, a lot like last game, having that CS advantage. So he's going to be able to get that early power spikes. With all this gold he also getting from Kleptomancy.
Now Stiletta's worst enemy is the binding. He's going to need to look to avoid those a little bit more often to really keep his lead. In the last game he was getting hit by binds over and over in the team fights. So we're actually going to see a dive right here by Infiltrator. He's looking for that knockup, isn't able to find it. Kisame actually fell very low trying to tank the turret, and same for Stiletta. So RIT doesn't really get anything there, doesn't even get any summoners out from Balin.
Yeah, that was a bit of a greedy dive there. I mean, Diminish was heading mid, but RIT didn't know that, and it's a flash.
This is a flash by Infiltrator to get onto Venerated, but he's going to have the backup needed to get out of there. Infiltrator falling very low. He's going to fall over to, I think it was the red buff from Variation right there. Gets ticked down and falls over.
Yeah, Infiltrator a little ambitious there, and as I was saying, you have all these ranged champions on the side of McMaster, and Rek'Sai's just not able to get onto that while he bursts his Venerated, recognizing he doesn't have summoners, but just not enough damage, and he's able to get kited away.
RT is actually looking for a kill onto Diminish right now, as Solus just has so much damage securing with the shockwave that he might actually be able to get two. Yes, the auto attack follows the flash. Double kill over his Solus right now. He's being a monster in this game so far.
Yeah, beautiful stuff by Solus. He just puts out so much damage already. He has the Lost Chapter. He's going to do so much damage in this mid game. And great stuff. They're picking up 2 kills. This is going to teleport him so far ahead. And now he's going to put up so much pressure. Great mid laner, great priority. So now they're going to look for the free dragon. It's going to be the Ocean Drake, though.
It is a good Drake in RIT's composition right now. It allows all the laners from RIT to really keep their very high amount of cast going throughout team fights. Ezreal benefits very heavily off that regen, same for Orianna. And even perhaps a less obvious one is Yorick. He actually kind of eats mana with spamming his Q, so it's very good for him to have that Ocean Drake to kind of sustain his long split pushes that he has. So that's actually a very good pickup for RIT right now. They're going to actually have to focus or transition their pressure over towards Rift Herald, as both Variation and AOS Django is spotted out. That's actually so much damage already. Solo's picking up another kill. He's going to lose his life already due to getting stunned up by Venerated. And RIT is going to look to steal away this Rift Herald, get that finished up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Solus... I'm not sure if trading right there for Solus was very worth there. Yeah, he gets the kill on the Variation, but he ends up giving about a 6 or 7... He gets a 600 gold shutdown to Venerated. And for what? I mean, they were going to get the Rift Herald anyway. I mean, he walks up right into the rocks from Variation, but now it's died in the top lane.
Counter-Strike is spotted out by Infiltrator. He's able to get the damage out onto AOS Django. Turret aggro is traded as Sagusa is caught out a little bit by Variation. This could be his life falling over right now, but Variation doesn't move very fast. He is able to secure the kill with his volley. Venerate is looking for the kill on from the Infiltrator. Nice roam up there. He's going to land the slow Infiltrator without flash. He's getting taken very low. He's going to fall over. Good pick there by McMaster, turning around that trade, turning around the turret dive.
Yeah, they get the kill in the top lane onto AOH Django, but they're just not, they have no escape path, and Solus was in the mid lane, so he wasn't able to help at all, and so the roams from Variation and Venerated just get so much off of this. Now it's going to be McMaster with a bit of an upside trade on that one.
Now, RIT actually did get quite a few turret plates in the bot lane, so they're going to be able to get a little bit more gold back from that despite losing the top lane trade. Even then, it was still just a 1 for 2 in the top lane, so getting those turret plates is actually possibly a worth trade in terms of just the gold difference gained from it. Sure, it's going to be a little bit of just a pressure advantage for McMaster, as they are going to have to deal with less people on the map for a little while and free pressure in the top lane. But Sagusa actually had the wave pushed in, it wasn't pushed back, so he might actually be getting a turret plate very soon here in the last 50 seconds. Solo's picking up turret plates as well. Rift Herald in the mid lane is going to be starting to get channeled.
You're going to get a lot of turret plating there in the mid lane. Might even take it down possibly.
Yep. Sagusa is roaming there as well, so this could be a first turret. Shockwave landing onto Venerated. It's going to flash away from Infiltrator. But the turret isn't going to fall quite yet, taking so low, but Solus is going to need to back off right here. That was still a good amount of gold given towards RIT, but they aren't able to get exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, just before the turret plane goes down, they get about 3 from that Rift Herald, and they still have so much pressure on that mid lane. All of RIT gave up 0 turret platings, and they got about, I'd say, let's see, 4, 6. How many are in the bot lane? I think they got about 7 or 8 turret platings. So that is so much gold advantage for RIT, and they still have pressure on getting the first turret in the mid lane because it's so low now.
Yeah, that is well, but as the turret plating has fallen, they do miss out on an extra 100 gold from that first turret destruction. It goes down from a 300 bonus to a 200 bonus after the 14-minute mark. So it isn't exactly what RIT wanted, although they still get a fairly considerable gold lead from the turret plating and farm right now. Right now, Stiletto is sitting pretty far up in terms of CS over Valen right now. It's actually a pretty surprising start by Valen. He's opting into getting that Essence Reaver early rather than the Infinity Edge, which is what we saw Stiletto run with last game.
Yeah, bit of an interesting choice here. RT is going to pick up a free turret in the top lane, so they do get the first turret, not in the mid lane, but in the top lane. It's a lot of gold going down. And Stiletto, as you were saying, he's so far ahead in CS, over 30 CS up, And yeah, more than a 1k gold lead over Valiant, even though he is 0-1. And a pick in the mid lane.
This could be a solo kill for Solus, as there's no flash on that Syndra. He picks up the solo kill. He's going to pick up a solo turret as well after that. That's so good for Solus right now. He gets so much gold off that.
Solus is so far ahead now, able to take the turret as well as the solo kill on the Venerated. He is stacking that Archangel staff along with Stiletto with the Manamune, and it's going to be so many power spikes coming in from this ADC and mid lane from RIT. It's going to be very good going into this mid game transition for them.
That hook nearly lands onto Variation as RIT is positioning all of their players down the bot side of the map to look for that Infernal Drake. Infiltrator's going to start it up right now, but Red side does know of RIT positioning in this bot lane. I think they're going to figure out that RIT is trying to get this dragon, but they're not going to be able to contest it in time. They don't have their support there. They don't have their mid laner there as the solo kill happened. So RIT does pick up an Infernal Dragon. That's a 2-dragon advantage for them as well, and they're going to have some pressure in the bot lane now.
Yeah, it looks like they're probably going to try to look for this bot tower. Hasn't reset yet. Not sure how much gold they are on, but it's actually going to be Variation also recalling. Not sure if he'll cancel that, but if he does not cancel that in back, so it looks like he's going to cancel it. So it might be a fight here. Probably not, though. They really want this tower on the side of RIT, though. AOH Django does have TP advantage, though, so if a fight breaks down, they're going to have a man advantage. But also Solus has priority, and they're going to go in.
That's a very important hook. As it gets rid of the Black Shield already, Valiant is going to fall over to Infiltrator's damage, and as well, diminish falls from the ultimate of the Rek'Sai. This is going to be the last outer turret falling from McMaster.
Yeah, a big flub there from McMaster. I mean, they were dancing around the side. They knew that RIT really, really wanted that turret. And Variation and Venerator were hovering around, but Solus was putting up so much pressure in the mid lane that Venerated and Variation just both backed up, and so RIT gets a huge pick, and they get so many towers off of it. They pick up 3 towers, 2 kills, and this is RIT's snowball right now.
This is exactly what they want to have happen in this early mid-game time. They fell a little bit behind in kills, but they've been pressuring the global map play so much more than McMaster, and McMaster just needs to really bet on this Jack split pushing, but he didn't really get the lead that he normally is looking for in the early game. Yes, he does have about a 40 CS advantage, but that was his first turret that he destroyed right there, whereas Sagusa has already taken out 2 turrets, and he was there for the mid lane turret plates as well with the Rift Herald play. So he's just sitting perhaps at a gold lead right now. It's almost even, about 300 in favor of AOH Django, despite having that 40 CS advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the Jax is still going to be a good counter pick into Sagusa, but it's not as strong as you'd like it to be at this point in the game. It's still going to need a little bit more time to rev up into that monster where Sagusa won't be able to match him. But they're both going to have TPs, and the rest of RIT has so much pressure that it's going to be very hard for AOH Jungle to get anything done without losing so much from RIT. The 4v4 from RIT is heavily weighed in their favor at this point in game. Valiant only now picking up an Essence Reaver, but Stiletto has the Manamune complete and the Iceborne Gauntlet, and then also Solus completed his Archangel staff with the making the Saris Embrace, and he also has the Banshee's Veil. So there's so much pressure on the side of RIT, and they're going to be able to run away with this mid game.
Yeah, RIT is looking for the last inner turret right now, pushing up that top lane as they're going to lose their wave right now. They don't really have exactly the siege pressure that they would want for that top lane turret quite yet, as the mid lane is pushing in though, so RIT could make a rotation right now and catch McMaster off guard. This is actually about, both TPs are up from the top lane as we might see a fight. We actually see Django falling very low.
Ooh.
Flash is going to be forced out of Stiletto, although he gets a ton of damage already onto McMaster's lineup.
Yeah,
RIT can pressure this pretty free right now, looking for the turret. McMaster is still pretty low as we're going to see the fight fizzling to start up. RIT might just want to disengage right now.
Yeah, 2 ults burned by RIT, Solus with the Shockwave, Stiletto with the True Shot Barrage, getting so much poke down, forcing McMaster to back here, but they're still going to be able to pressure this turret. And Sagusa also forcing AOH Django to come back. They both still have TP. So now this is going to be RT really wanting this turret so bad, and they have the pressure to do it though. Shockwave is actually almost back up. Crazy low cooldown.
That's 30% CDR, I believe, on the Orianna currently. So unless she has Transcendence, she's just going, or a blue buff, she's just going to be able to get that ult up very quickly. It's such a strong team fight ultimate as well, as we have seen throughout the seasons. So one Shockwave could turn away a fight and just prevent the anti-siege from happening, and RIT can pick up all the turrets that they're looking for. Maybe even go for an inhib at this point in the game.
And this is such a different game from game one. I mean, RIT did get a lead early in game one, but it was not close to as a lead as this one.
Yes.
And at the same time, McMaster's comp is very different. Even though, yes, you still have the Jax scaling and the Sivir scaling, it's not nearly as scary as the Vladimir and Jinx scaling from last game with the Zillion in the mid lane. Because of this, McMaster's kind of comeback mechanic is a lot less prominent, and with this lead that RIT is pushing, that's even stronger than last game's. I feel like that they can really close it out this game and not get and not let McMaster come back this time.
Now, at this point, Sagusa is actually unbelievably strong in the split push. It's kind of questionable if Jax can even go for a fight on him at this point. Sure, the Jax is going to win out pretty early, and maybe once the Conqueror is up, but Sagusa actually does so much damage, and he's so tanky at this point in the game, nearly completing his ZZ Rot portal for the excellent split push pressure that this York gets in this mid-late game point.
Yeah, the ZZ Rot portal tells me that, you know, Sagusa isn't afraid of playing into this Jax. He's not afraid of split pushing into the Jax, so he's gonna go all in on the split push 1v1, and he's so confident. Oh, and a mid fight in mid lane.
Diminish is falling very low already. He's going to fall over to Infiltrator's ultimate right now. Venerator falling low as well. He's hit up by a hook, and he's going to get taken down by Infiltrator, burning his flash. This is RIT with a 2-for-0 trade so far, and Jax is also forced to back, so RT can possibly look for Baron pressure right now. They're starting it up.
Yeah, both top laners still have TP, but it's the mid and the support down for the side of McMaster, so they're not going to be able to get anything done here. Sagusa used the TP just for safety reasons. Variation's the only person here that has a chance of stealing it. He does have Flash, I believe,
Yep.
does have the Smite, but Infiltrator with the slight level advantage, they need to go over to try to negate the 50-50, and it looks like they're going to try to get the pick on him here.
This is Solus's job right now, as Variation is going to fall over. Baron is going to go over to RIT. This is exactly what they want to have happen. Almost a 10,000 gold lead at this point, about like 9,000 at the moment. RIT is playing this game so much better than the last game.
Yeah, McMaster's composition just not able to come back and scale as hard as their last one, and like I was saying, it's just not going to work out this time. RIT with an insane gold lead, able to push it out even more than they already have. They're able to actually get on and make picks with Solus being so far ahead. They're actually able to get some sort of burst and engage on the side of McMaster, even though they have the full ranged. They're not able to, no one's able to tank anything. And AoH Django is relegated to split pushing, so they have no frontline in these 4v4s, and so with Solus just able to ult someone and just completely destroy at least one or two people in a fight, it's almost impossible for McMaster to match that.
We've got to give so much credit over to Infiltrator in this game. The Rek'Sai pick isn't super strong into the enemy composition, but he's playing this pick so unbelievably well. He's getting a CS lead as well as a pressure lead on this Taliyah. I haven't really been able to see the Taliyah do just about anything in these fights other than clean up after the work has already really been done. So I'm not thinking this Taliyah pick is working out so far. The nerfs have really claimed the show in this game, as she's really getting no pressure on the map.
Yeah, I mean, and in Champ Select, you know, I would have loved to see some sort of, I mean, you had them banning J4 again, the Nunu, and then RT banning the Sejuani, so they didn't really get any strong frontline junglers now. I mean, maybe they try to go for a Zac or something, but this Taliyah pick just not working out, and now Django's trying to catch out Sagusa.
it's Django is looking for the solo kill as his Conqueror is procced. He is going to have that enormous amount of damage, able to just chase down Sagusa right now. Counter-Strike coming right back up. It's going to be able to secure him the kill, but RIT is pressuring up this mid lane right now, looking for the inhibitor turret, as Stiletta is getting back with the team right now, or looking to split push the top lane, get that split pressure with this Baron buff, try and get the objectives they want.
Yeah, Sagusa not recognizing it's just about that time that Jax just destroys Yorick, and now it's going to be a little hard for RIT now. Even though they have this insane Baron and gold lead, they're going to need to get something, and it's going to be an engage coming out.
They're looking for the catch onto Solus as he did not have flash, but the Lantern is just going to get him right out of there. Infiltrator burns his stopwatch. He's still going to fall right now. RIT in a 3v5 at the moment in the mid lane. Shockwave hits a couple of them, but it isn't able to get as much damage as you need to really turn around this fight. It's just going to be poke back for RIT, looking for the fight. Another binding lands onto Stiletta, but it's not going to lead into any kills as he is able to eat right back out of there. Okay, it's just going to be a calming down of that fight. Nobody's able to really get anything off of it, but overall, 1-for-0 fight advantage in the mid lane for
Yeah,
McMaster.
and as we see another bit of an overextension by RIT. I mean, Sagusa did get taken out by AOH Django, and so now he's not able to match him anymore. And RIT tried a desperation play to get the inhib turret, but they're just not able to get it. AOH Django is able to rotate to the mid lane, get the 5v4, and RIT is just not able to do anything. Infiltrator just gets picked down. They didn't have the damage, they didn't have enough damage, they didn't have any team fight. So now it's the side of RIT wondering, can we still split push? I mean, they can't really split push because AOH Django mashes Sagusa way too hard now at this point in the game. So maybe you have Sagusa on the opposite side and then just try to look for a 5v5 team fight at this point and just try to close it out with Yorick with you.
Right now, it's just going to be RIT looking for the dragon right now. It is a Cloud Drake, not something that's really going to make so much of a difference in this game. It's better for the split push capabilities of both the Yorick and the Jax. So it's still going to end up being a good thing for RIT to pick up. Two Cloud Drakes is going to allow them to push these multiple lanes in really effectively and look for this split lane pressure and try to get this Jax to not really be able to get as much from his split pushing. Solus is actually going to be engaged on here by AOH Django, but he's taking so much damage already. He's going to fall over, flash knockup by Infiltrator, kill over to Solus. This is going to be RIT looking for a fight right now as they do have a man advantage. That's a Sivir ultimate burned. Not sure exactly why at that point there was no engage.
I think they thought they had to try to get an engage there, but they weren't in any position to do so. So that's a big old down for the side of McMaster. And you know, AOH Django just not recognizing just how far Solus is. He hasn't really had to fight him yet, and it's just absolutely insane how far Solus is ahead. And on the top of that, Infiltrator was just there to help get the kill now. So this is going to be RIT with a very likely getting this turret down. They do have the ZZ Rot, they do have the Demolish. They're going to get this turret down, and it's going to be on McMaster to try to get anything going, but it's 5v4, Infiltrator in the top lane, pushing it out. They're going to get the inhib down, and they're going to get out here.
RIT is either going to look to reset right now or perhaps look to ward around the Baron as it's spawning back up again in about 30 seconds. This is exactly what RIT wants, to have an inhibitor down on the enemy team as the Baron is coming up, trying to force away one of the enemy players from a fight, looking for that 4v5, looking to secure a Baron and perhaps the game after that. We could be seeing RIT end this game within the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty convincing here from RIT if they do get the Baron. It's going to be on the side of McMaster to try to deny them that. Unfortunately, because AOH Django did end up getting caught out in that top lane being a little overzealous, they're just not going to be able to get... They're going to have a lot of pressure in their mid lane because of these super minions. But they do send AOH Django down the bot lane. Both top laners having TP. But I just think the 5v5 is just so heavily in favor of RIT. I think it's going to be on AOH Django to try to get something going here.
Even at this point, I think the 4v5 is even in RIT's favor, as AOH Django is actually taking a bunch of damage. Sagusa winning a trade right now, taking him down to about 40% health.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to allow RIT to get the pressure that they need in the top side of the map. As Shockwave is used on Diminish, he's going to take so much damage right there as True Shot Barrage. It's going to get him low enough for Infiltrator to get the ultimate kill, chasing him down. Infiltrator is still in the backline. He has his GA popped. He's going to be taken out, but Solus is flashing in, securing the kill onto the enemy mid laner, Venerated falling down as well as Valen. This could be game here from RIT, as 3 members from McMaster have already fallen. AOH Django is not going to be allowed to back up right now as Sagusa is on him. RIT has 4 members in the base versus just a Talaya. They don't even need the minions. They have 1 melee minion up there. Ao's Django is just going to try to get the kill into Sagusa, but this is exactly what Sagusa wants to bait him into. Try and get a kill where it isn't able to back. Morgana is up. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to defend the base. RIT is going to take out Diminish. They're going to hit up this Nexus. Talaya falls as well, as this series is going to even up 1-1. RIT finishing off the base. Huge shields there by Stiletta. 1-1 in this series as RIT picks up game 2.
Yeah, really clean close out there by RIT. Great stuff. Django wasn't able to TP back to his base, and that all started with the pick onto the Morgana. I mean, Solus, my bad. Solus was actually able to get a huge shockwave in that bush onto Diminished, and he just chunks him out so hard, and then McMaster just kind of panicked, and Diminished, even with the black shield, gets poked out so far, and then Rek'Sai, Infiltrator on that Rek'Sai is just able to ult him from a million miles away, and because he was so tanky, he had the Maul of Mortis, he had the GA, he was able to live in that middle after ulting for so long. He was able to just keep doing damage. He revived with the GA, and the rest of RT was just able to collapse on them, and they close out the game there. Really clean stuff by there from RT. And it's going to be a 1-1 in this site. Very convincing comeback from RIT. That's exactly what they wanted. McMaster, unfortunately, their team composition did not allow them to come back as hard as they wanted to, like with their last comp. So we're going to have to see a little bit more changing up from McMaster this time.
Yeah, I really liked that play from RIT. It wasn't even quite when the Morgana that caught out that swinged that game around. It was when the Jax got caught out by the top lane Tribush. At that point, RIT had the pressure that they needed to secure the mid inhib, which gave them the pressure to get around the Baron, which gave them the pressure to win the fight in the jungle. They got the kill onto Morgana that ended the game. So RIT is just playing that small lead that they got from that pick in the top lane extremely well. And it's going to even up this series. So we could be looking at a full 5-game set.
Yeah, it's looking like a long haul right now. I mean, though RIT was ahead the first game before they got outscaled, and this is a game where McMaster, like I was saying, did not have the comp to come back as hard, and Solus was just an absolute monster in that game. 14k gold at the end. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, he played that game so well. He was flashing in, making those big plays, looking for the aggressive plays. Despite playing kind of a supporty pick with his Orianna, he's able to out-aggress a Syndra, getting so much more pressure across the entire map and just pretty much carrying his team to that Game 2 victory. So I would like to see Infiltrator continuing his streak of just being an absolute monster in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see. I mean, the winner of these wanting to face Harrisburg, right? I'm pretty sure that's the other person that these two would be playing against. I believe RIT McMaster, because they were the lowest seed in their playoff bracket, they have to play this one extra game for the next, as I saw the bracket, they're going to have to play this one extra game in order to play Harrisburg in that next round. So these two teams wanting to prove themselves, it looks like they're trying to do just that.
Yep, RIT and McMaster are both showing that they can win these games and win these pressured team comps and win these draft phases. As we saw in Game 1, RIT kind of fell behind in that mid game, and then in Game 2, it kind of just turned around and became RIT dominating the mid game, even after yet another clean early game by them. So if RIT can just keep up their pattern of winning the early game and trying to look for more of those Game 2 mid-game victories, this series could easily go in favor of RIT.
Yeah.
But as we saw from Game 1, that might not always happen.
I think, yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking about here is I think McMaster kind of threw their draft a little bit here. I think they got a little bit too confident with what happened Game 1. Yes, it felt like they won super hard, but they seem to forget that RIT did have a convincing early game, but McMaster did end up playing their super hyper-scaling supportive comp into that mid to late game and just ended up steamrolling RIT in the end there. And because of that, maybe they threw their draft a little bit harder this time and they thought they could do the same thing. But RIT played the early game even better and were just able to roll over McMaster this time around with their comp, because McMaster just wasn't able to come back as much. They didn't have the damage. The Jax just wasn't enough. Solus or Stiletta and Solus just having way too much pressure over their counterparts. And yeah, it's looking like, I mean, I think it's still anyone's game, but even with how convincing a game that was, because of what happened game one, I do think if McMaster drafts smarter, I do feel like they can definitely bring back a game 3.
Yeah, I would definitely see this game going to either team right now. They've both played their strengths so well in these previous 2 games. But going into this third game, RIT is going to be back on the red side as it was in game 1, and they're going to lose out on that first pick. And so, again, they opted in for the Rek'Sai in that last game, whereas in the previous matchup, what was that first pick? First pick...
for game they 1. Had the Sivir last pick. Last game, McMaster did end up first picking Sivir and Talia because it was actually RT with the first pick Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
But what I like to see here though is because they have red side, it seems that RIT likes to save a counter pick in the top lane actually for Sagusa. So because they usually like picking their priority picks for Solus and for Stiletta, and then just kind of flexing the jungle in the middle of the draft there. We're probably going to see a last pick top lane counter because they really like giving Sagusa the counter pick in the top lane. And because they are red side, obviously they get the very, very last pick. So that's probably what they're going to be trying to do here. And then, of course, it's going to be McMaster with the first pick, though. So definitely can contest some high priority picks through that way. Gonna be interesting to see what they ban though.
I would be interested in seeing a continued priority on the jungle picks in this series, as I think the jungle has been kind of prioritized over that Rek'Sai. The Talia was picked as a counter pick to Rek'Sai perhaps, but I did not see that really work out in favor of the idea that they had. I want to see perhaps a different pick coming out here, especially if the Rek'Sai is first picked by McMaster. I want to see how RIT reacts to that and drafts a pick accordingly to try to counter out that matchup. I'm not quite sure who counters Rek'Sai, if you could give some chimed-in advice there.
The Rek'Sai is just so strong right now because he does so much damage versus different kinds of junglers. Because you play him against a tank jungler like Nunu or Sejuani, and the Conqueror just does so much damage that it just kind of doesn't matter. I mean, maybe in those mid to late game team fights, he ends up falling off a bit, but in the early game, he's just so strong against most of the junglers right now, especially like with those Conqueror buffs. It's really hard to do anything against him because he has so much damage in his kit early on. It's really hard for any junglers to get anything going on against him, and I guess the Talia was trying to maybe out jungle him sort of. I actually think a Karthus would be very good into Rek'Sai. I really like Karthus into Rek'Sai because you can pretty much path around Rek'Sai for the most part, and yeah, if he catches you, you're probably dead, but in the early game you can still trade kills with him though. If you hit enough Qs, you're able to trade kills with him, and then in the mid to late game you're definitely able to just carry games with Karthus. So, I mean, I would say a Karthus pick would actually pretty good into Rek'Sai.
Now, another pick that used to be picked a lot into Rek'Sai that I highly doubt we're going to see in the series, specifically due to the lack of tanks that have been being picked up specifically by McMaster, is Kindred. Kindred used to be a very popular pick into Rek'Sai during a meta, I believe it was 2016 tank meta, where Kindred was being picked popularly into the Rek'Sai. She's able to close the gap despite having the tremor sense. So she's able to catch the Rek'Sai a lot off guard and get a lot of damage off. I mean,
she's also just so good into tanks, especially when you get the Blood Razor with the Blade of the Ruined King. She scales so hard into those tanks.
Yeah, but so far in the series, we haven't really seen a single tank pick. I think the closest thing that we've really got a chance to see are both the Yorick and the Sejuani.
Yeah, we had the Sejuani by RIT game 1. That was the main thing, but Nunu actually being banned both games, so I don't know if a Nunu will fall out. I guess these teams have a very high priority towards Nunu. Maybe they don't want to pick it necessarily, but maybe they just feel like they can't handle it. But I think maybe you could try to let that through and come out with a counter pick for it, but I'm not really sure.
I'm not sure either. We're going to have a very short break right here as we wait for the teams to get ready for this game 3. It's going to be a lot of discussing going on, but we'll be right back with this series. Okay, teams are about ready to head into Champion Select right now. We're about to start into this game 3. Champion Select has been started. It's time to view what these teams have adapted, looking at overcome their weaknesses in the previous 2 series, or 2 games, as we see yet another Jarvan ban, first ban for McMaster, and another first ban Lux for
Yeah,
RIT.
I mean, it's looking like McMaster definitely not wanting to give the J4. RIT definitely not wanting to give the Lux. All 3 of these games, these have been their first 2 bans, and it looks like the variation mostly going towards their second and third ban. Actually, McMaster banning J4 Cassiopeia every game, actually. So their last ban might be a little bit different. Maybe they ban the Rek'Sai, maybe they ban Nunu again. RIT actually still sticking with the same ban, so both of these teams very comfortable with their bans right now.
It's just more comfort bans on each side, as we discussed. An Orianna ban coming out from McMaster, pretty similar to game 1. But again, with the Zilean ban, I think that's a smart idea. Teams are just kind of trying to adjust to what we've seen in the past 2 games. And I would be interested to see mostly what the mid lane is going to be from now on. Maybe RIT gets back onto that Zoe pick, or they pick something different into the Syndra. Nope, that's RIT banning the Zoe.
Yeah, they might pick up the Sejuani because this time the Sejuani was not banned versus them. McMaster does opt to pick back up the Orianna ban, especially after that dominating game by Solus. And it's going to be the Ezreal picked up first pick from McMaster. And it looks like we might get either a Rek'Sai or Sejuani from the side of RIT. I would say those are probably the 2 highest jungle bans. But actually, Nunu not banned this game either. But I'm not sure if either team will actually play it.
That could be a questionable pick, as Syndra is actually going to be picked up first for RIT, and then we might actually get to see the jungle pick up right here. If not, they might wait to see if McMaster will go for that Rek'Sai pick or the Nunu pick, and then pick their champion accordingly. I would think that waiting on that might be an intelligent decision right here, perhaps opting into a support pick, but it's going to be a Sivir. It's a nice safe pick for RIT, getting that bot lane just to freeze up and make sure it's good, just farm it out, try to go for the late game. As Ezreal, he does have a lot of pressure, but Sivir is still fairly okay into that lane.
Yeah, the bot and mid lane picks have been so potent for both of these teams. They really like to pick up their ADCs and their mid laners early. Sivir has been picked first by either team every single game so far. And actually, Ahri is going to be the pickup because Zoe, Cass, Orianna banned out. Syndra picked up.
I think Ahri into Syndra is a pretty interesting matchup because Ahri can dodge out on a lot of spells, but she just in general doesn't offer the same team fight pressure that a Syndra does, while she has just a single target E. It might force RIT away. Ooh, there's the Janna. But it might force RIT away from picking a tank jungler, as Ahri and Ezreal are still both pretty good into a tank. So could be the Rek'Sai coming out here if we don't see another Sejuani or a Nunu pickup for Infiltrator at the moment. We could also just see a support pick right here and then a lot of jungle bans coming out in the second phase. Or a top lane pick. That works as well.
Yeah, really interesting. They usually never...
Be a Jax ban.
Yeah, they actually, that's very smart. They could be a Jax ban here. I would love to see that here. Actually, very smart. RIT generally almost always picking on red side. They almost always pick Segusa's pick last for the counter pick. But RIT actually recognized that they could just pick Yorick there and ban Jax right there because they had the last pick in the first rotation. So that's actually extremely smart from RT. So I'm very curious to see what now that McMaster does to counterpick that top lane. But it's going to be support. But unfortunately, McMaster is going to recognize this, and they're going to try to ban out these aggressive supports from Kazeme because they did draft the Ezreal Janna bot lane.
Yeah, the Ezreal and Janna are going to be very good towards just trying to sustain out that laning phase and perhaps look for a lot of poke damage with the shields coming out. I am not our resident Janna expert, but Janna, I think RIT can fix up a comp to work against this Janna. One of their coaches is a very experienced Janna player, and so I would assume they have their quite extensive knowledge on knowing what to pick against it. I would think Thresh is probably the best pick into Janna, although they might have something secret in store to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it might be, it's going to be the Thresh Braum again, the second rotation. Obviously, both of those doing very well versus that RIT bot, or that McMaster bot lane. But it is going to be the standard Sejuani pick coming out from RIT.
Yeah, it is smart to pick up that Sejuani. I would like to see perhaps a Nunu pick for McMaster right now, as perhaps answering with a tank in kind would be a pretty smart decision. I think RIT has a good amount of damage to deal with a tank right now, whereas McMaster doesn't exactly have the same potential at tank killing. Sure, Ahri has the true damage, and sure, Ezreal has the huge amounts of mixed damage to force a lot of tanks to really not be as tanky in the mid game, but in all, I would say that the Sejuani pickup is probably favorable, and that's actually Tryndamere being picked for AO. It's Django. I mean, that's an interesting one.
That is a very interesting pick into Yorick. I honestly just don't know, but I'm going to reel it back to this Nunu pick, though. I do think it's actually very good into RT's team comp because Sivir and Syndrome, it may be maybe like around level 6, but they might be able to take out Nunu, but in the late game, they don't really shred Nunu as much. Once he gets those tanky items, it's kind of hard for Sivir and Syndra to burst through Nunu. But Segusa might actually take Conqueror now because he's not against the Jax lane. He's actually against the Tryndamere. But maybe he still takes Grass. I don't know how strong this Tryndamere is right now. I think he got some crit buffs for his passive
I would need to double check, but I believe his passive now goes up to 50% crit.
Yeah.
So he can just opt into building only 2 crit items and being able to get his full potential. So like an Infinity Edge and a Static Shiv, and then he can just build full AD other than that. So I think the Tryndamere is a little bit better at this point in this game. I think it's okay also into Yorick, although bringing it without a teleport is a little questionable if RIT looks for these big fights, and they do have plenty of engage to look for these 4v5s.
Yeah, I mean, but the side of on the side of McMaster, the Tryndamere just, I don't see it working out versus this RT team comp. They end up picking the Alistar, as I was saying the previous draft, because of that for a frontliner, and they're gonna go with the Alistar this time. I just don't see AOH Django actually getting onto RIT at all. I don't see them getting onto the carries at all in this mid to late game team fight. I guess he's going to be perma split push. I guess he does pretty good into Yorick when he gets items, but besides that, I don't see him doing anything in any team fights. He gets locked down way too easily by this fight. He gets knocked back by Kazeme, and it's a little weird. I don't know. I feel like RIT has enough frontline to sustain through everything that McMaster has. Maybe McMaster tries to go for some picks or something, but they don't really have a picky team comp besides the Ari, and then maybe the Nunu in like the early game. But it's gonna be very hard for them to get something done. They've drafted another weird comp,
Yep.
and I'm interested to see how they pilot it.
I think this is another instance of that Talaya pick where they pick it because they're comfortable and it's kind of strange, so teams might not know how to play against it quite as well as other more popular picks in these specified lanes. There was Lysandra actually open to being picked in any of these games so far, and she wasn't opted into by any of the players, but Ari is a little bit of kind of a strange pick. She can be played both as an assassin and a control mage, so I think it's an okay pickup towards any team comp, although they do miss out on kind of the specialization that they would really need to look for against RIT's comp. When they're going for this Tryndamere pure split push strategy, they would really want to draft a comp that's good at sustaining a 4v5 fight or just clearing out waves. So perhaps stuff like a Nivea, for example, or Lysandra, as I mentioned before, are both very good at just clearing waves and preventing a push from happening. But I'm not 100% confident in these weird picks this game. They could work out.
I feel like the Ari just isn't enough damage for this tanky front line on the side of RIT. I feel like it doesn't do enough damage. Maybe if we get the return Q on like 2 or 3 targets, maybe you can do enough damage, but it's gonna be so hard to get a pick on that back line. And then there's so many better picks for as a control mage, because I don't see this Ari being more of an assassin playstyle for this game.
Now, Ari is probably going to be I would say she's not going to work out quite as much as the Tryndamere. I think the Tryndamere can push along, but we saw Sagusa in that last game deal with the split push threat of a Jax so well, and I can't really see Tryndamere being a better pick than Jax into Yorick. I think they both offer very similar kits to trying to combat the Yorick, but Jax has his mixed damage, and he has his constant counter strikes once he gets all that CDR, preventing damage, whereas Tryndamere, he pretty much only has his ultimate to deal with that duration of auto attacks that he can't sustain through. So I think that the Jax pick is still stronger into Yorick, and I believe Sagusa knows these matchups or just the general matchup against Jax well enough to play into this Tryndamere well.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting game 3 here. We're getting into the loading screen right now, and now we are getting in game 3, playoffs, best of 5, not going to be done after this one, and it's going to be the game point advantage for either team that wins for this time.
I think the real question about this game is, will we get a pause? This is the real answer that we're looking for. These teams are just going to start fanning out. It doesn't look like anybody's lagging this time around, so teams are just running around, getting towards their positions, looking to prevent an invade if it does happen. If any team was looking for an invade, I would think it would be McMaster, but they're opting out of it. They know they don't have so much early game damage, albeit still more than RIT currently at this level 1. So it's going to be just a nice passive start to this game. We might see some vertical jungling. We might see just similarities to the previous games, but right now we're just getting into it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be any early game advantage that McMaster can acquire. I think that's going to be very key to this mid game of this game, because AOH Django, the Tryndamere is a very risky pick, because if he doesn't get any solo kill or he doesn't get any CS lead early, it's going to be so hard for him to get anything done versus that Yorick.
Yep, he just looks for the swank swank swish with his sword. That champion is kind of funky. He's got a very strong right arm. He can just bully out Sagusa a little bit early, but just an even trade overall as the minions tick down AOH Django for a little bit more health than he originally intended to lose. But overall, I'm looking forward to seeing this Tryndamere pick. I haven't seen in quite a long time, but those crits make the RNG game pretty fun to witness. But right now, they're just farming.
Yeah,
This is just what we see.
And we also have the Glacial Argument Ari, so that tells me much more that he's going for the more control mage Ari, which is definitely what you have to go with against this comp. But even then, even though you're going the more control mage Ari, it's still not as strong as I would say other control mages. maybe like something like the Lissandra or even something like an Azir I think could be very strong.
Yeah, I do think Azir is a pretty strong control mage right now, although Conqueror did get nerfed, so he doesn't quite have that ability to really burn through champions with his true damage. He's still got that pretty much double attack speed scaling buff that allows him to just get into his late game a little bit earlier and not have to build Berserker's Greaves and instead opt in for Sorcerer's Shoes. So I think that buff is going to make him a good control mage right now, but I don't really see Ahri as quite the answer to RIT's comp, despite being a pretty effective control mage out of this. Ahri losing out in trades in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be Solus and Sagusa doing a really good job of pressuring the other laners. They're getting very good trades now. And this time it's actually very different. Oh, but actually a counter jungle going to be coming out for variation.
Infiltrator spots out variation on that counter jungle, is actually able to steal back away those raptors. He's able to secure that and gets a triple buff on this Nunu actually, so the Nunu is going to miss out on a lot of XP and a lot of gold in this early game and not get quite the back that you want to see here. He's going to be able to get topside Scuttle Crab, but with Infiltrator's pathing right there, he's going to get quite a huge advantage right now going into this early game. So we're going to see a gank up top. Nunu charging up the snowball.
Infiltrator's here though.
Running up top, but Infiltrator's there to counter it. He does have the red buffs. He did lose his blue buff so far, but overall, nothing going to happen. That was actually a very nice tornado.
Yeah, pretty good stuff there by Infiltrator. He's able to come around. Variation going for a weird gank, though. You had to know that Infiltrator was hanging around there. And so, even though Nunu has a very good, strong early gank with that snowball, it's so good for catching people off guard, even through wards. Variation still, like, Infiltrator still knew Variation was there, so he was able to just come over and negate that gank. And now Sagusa's just able to get more pressure going on in that top lane.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a CS lead so far. I think though Yorick will be able to get a CS lead going into maybe around the level 6 mark and try to get his ghouls up a little bit more often. It's going to be more item dependent in the top lane than anything, I would suppose, but right now we probably won't see many kills going over as both these team comps aren't very good at securing anything, but Infiltrator is here to pressure up AO's Django. He already burned his E, misses the flash, but it is still going to be a stun onto AO. He is going to fall right here, but will he get the trade back onto Infiltrator? He did have the ignite. That's actually kill over to AO's Django 1v2, but Sagusa is looking to pick up that kill, trade back, 1-for-1 trade. Not what you want to see for RIT.
Yeah, AO's Django, great sort of turnaround right there. Recognized that Infiltrator was a bit low and he had the crit stacked up, so he was able to get some good damage onto him. Sagusa hadn't also burned his flash to secure the kill. Really good stuff there by AO's Django. Not exactly what RIT wanted, but still going to be decent. Oh, but now Kazeme.
This is going to be a possible kill over Kazeme as the ignite is ticking down. He is going to fall. Nice solo kill there by Kazeme.
Yeah. Valen getting a little too greedy for his back. Is going to have TP, though. It only went down to Kazeme. No assist for Stiletta, but they are able to establish some lane priority, so very good stuff there by Kazeme. And now it's RT with a bit of an early game lead all around the board.
Now, although the kill did go over to support, Kazeme is actually not going to have as much pressure in this lane as he might want, as John is pretty good at just keeping the Alistar away from getting his engages off. And she's also going to get a lot of gold off of being able to proc her Frostfang as often as possible onto the 2 short-range champions that she's slaying against. McMaster is actually able to force away Infiltrator right there, but Diminish burned his flash. Not sure if that's worth it. Also the ignite.
Yeah, a bit of a greedy play there by Diminish, trying to get something going. He really wants to get something. I want to point out, though, the Hex Flash from Kazeme, so I think they really want to try to go for some sort of kill on the Janna here with that Hex Flash, maybe from the bush, because that's really the only way that Kazeme is really going to be able to get onto Diminish or Valine, because, as you said, Janna is very good at keeping Alistar out in this lane.
And he did have the in-lane control ward and that bush to perhaps look for the... Ooh, that's actually Dragon Steel there by Infiltrator. He's able to take that away and get a kill, perhaps. Going over to Kazeme onto the Nunu. That is not what you want to see if you're McMaster. Infernal Drake over RIT.
That was so desperate coming out from McMaster. They really wanted the early Drake, but you had to know that Infiltrator was coming back down, and RIT recognizes that, yeah, Nunu is going to go for that early Infernal, and so they just walk over and check in, and of course, Variation, even though Nunu was able to solo the Dragon early, he can't do it while healthy, and so he was taken down so low by the Dragon, and just wasn't able to secure it fast enough, and that is huge for RIT. That is disastrous on the side of McMaster.
Now, with all of the summoners burned from the McMaster bot lane, RIT definitely knew that even if McMaster was going for that dragon, that they could win a fight 4v4 or even 4v5. The Janna did not have what she needed available to make that fight happen. She's not even level 6 yet, so she can't even get the necessary disengage after her tornado. So I think RIT made that play extremely well, and Infiltrator was able to secure that dragon because he didn't even need to burn flash. He's just able to walk in there. There wasn't the necessary ward coverage to go for that really early dragon on that Nunu. I think that play was a little bit overzealous there by McMaster. It's going to cost them a lot in the long run. Right now, we're going to see Infiltrator ganking up top. AO's Django does not have his flash up back yet. He's taken very low already, as the Undying Rage is going to save his life so far, but I'm not sure if that's going to save him in the long run. Slows are already out, but the Nunu is coming in for the counter gank. That's not going to be any sort of kill pressure back. Variation is actually taken very low as well, as he's going to fall in the long run, and Django gets out. Kill over RIT. Exactly what they were looking for. Well, actually not exactly, but still a kill.
Well, as I was saying earlier, Nunu is just not that tanky early, so Variation also 2 levels down. And oh my god,
Django dies
Django
right
just dies there. Sagusa with a great kill under tower, and now they're gonna get so much plating off of this.
Infiltrator is also in the top lane right now, so they will be able to pressure up this tower as soon as Grop is cleared out, but that was an excellent kill there by the Maiden. Sagusa actually didn't really do anything. The Maiden just kind of AI'd herself onto burning down the Tryndamere. Sagusa had to back off due to the his ghouls making him get the turret aggro. That was a good stun onto the Ahri, but
he could have been dead.
Yeah, cleanses burn, so Ahri does get away from that. And Solus is going to have pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, now Solus just out CSing, out pressuring this mid lane. Even though he hasn't gotten a kill yet, he's pressuring it so hard. 3 platings down for Solus. He has such a huge gold lead. 10 CS up with 3 platings. He's able to push out even more. Ooh. Having an 800 gold lead just from the platings, just from the CS, he is going to be so strong. And also with Sagusa and the bot lane getting leads as well, it's going to be very, very good going into this mid game for them.
Yeah, RIT is already keeping up with their pattern of pressuring this early game out so well. Although they haven't got any of the plates in the bot side, both the solo lanes are just completely stomping right now. AO's Django was looking for a little bit of an invade there, but I don't think he can quite solo kill out Infiltrator. Right now at this point, Infiltrator can just walk back, walk away. That's the problem with Tryndamere. He can only really catch someone who's very much caught out. So
yeah, AO's Django really far behind, and this is going to be really bad. Pretty much all he can do now is just hope he can split push, but Tryndamere, when he's not ahead, is just so weak as a champ. I mean, pretty much he's only going to be able to relegate it to killing squishies, but there's no squishies on the side of RIT that he can get to. It's very unlikely that he ever catches out Stiletta or Solus, so I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to get accomplished done, because Sagusa is also so far ahead, so I don't even know if he can match Sagusa, especially with the Maiden taking him down after his ult goes down.
And speaking of deficits right now, Variation is down 2 levels in 20 CS. He doesn't even have his Cinder Hulk yet, whereas Infiltrator has already completed his Cinder Hulk as well as his tier 2 boots. So he's just going to have so much more map pressure right now, being able to roam across the map a lot faster and just being able to offer a lot more as a tank at this stage in the game. And RIT is positioning Infiltrator back towards the bot side of the map, so they might look to get some turret plates right here, as they know a 3v3 will be in their favor.
Yeah, and just RIT looking to get some of this plating in the bot lane. They have the thing shoved in. They're just getting vision control, and now they're going over towards this drag. They know they have priority both in the mid, both in the bot lane, so it's going to be very hard for McMaster to get anything going here to try to secure the drag. Variation trying to come around. They do have vision of the drag now, but I don't know if Variation can get close enough to do anything. Solus has pushed out the mid lane, Stiletto's pushed out the bot lane, Sagusa has TP advantage, so there's realistically no way McMaster can secure this Drake, so RT is just going to take it. And that is 2 Drakes in 12 minutes. So this is huge for RT. That it looks like it was another Mountain Drake coming on. So these are some of the 2 best Drakes that they could have gotten. They have the Infernal, which is of course always the best Drake, and they have the Mountain, so they can secure these objectives even faster.
And they are getting exactly what they want on the RNG standpoint of this game. As Infiltrator lands the Glacial Prison onto the mid laner, and the damage from Solus is going to secure that kill. Excellent pick there from RIT. They're going to gain pressure in the mid lane and perhaps finish off those turret plates for Solus.
Yeah, really good pick there by Infiltrator and Solus. I mean, Solus just pressured Venerated so much this game. He picks up a Twin Shadows, but he's just not going to be able to do anything. This RE pick's just not working out, and this is so different from game 1. I'm not really sure why McMaster didn't just go back to their plan game 1 that worked out. They're still trying to pick these weird lanes, and I don't think it's working out. RIT is just playing too solidly, and they're not falling for this kind of stuff. I think McMaster needs to try to go back to that scaling comp where they picked the Zillion and they picked the Enchanter support. I think they need to go back to that, because it's looking like RIT keeps out-muscling them in this early game, and they just try to respond by playing early game, and it's just not working out. They just can't compete with RT with this early game.
So RT has been banning out this Zillion though, so I'm not sure if they can pick that back up, but Infiltrator is actually ganking top lane right now, as all of the damage is already burned. CC is out. Nunu is going to be taken low, forced to burn the flash, running away. Variation is going to be out of there so far, but RT does have 3 members in the top lane, and they get first turret in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and this is the problem with that Nunu pick. If he gets behind early, it is awful for him, especially because you didn't draft winning lanes. This is the problem with the Nunu pick. You need winning lanes with the Nunu, because he isn't able to secure anything.
Solus with the solo kill. Huge damage there. Lands everything.
Yeah, Solus with insane pressure. Venerated not able to land anything, has nothing to do, and this is just so disastrous for McMaster. They're not able to get anything going. Rift Herald's gonna go down for the side of RT. They get the solo kill, and now they're just messing with Veneration in their jungle. He's not able to counter anything, and this is just so crazy by the side of RT, securing another insane early game lead. 5k gold up, 2 dragons, multiple turret platings, and they just secured themselves the Rift Herald. I mean, this is just an insane game coming out from RIT right now.
Solus secured that mid turret solo at 14 minutes without any, well, 1 gank mid. He had 1 gank mid, but still, he was able to get the first 3 turret plates completely on his own, and then to finish off the mid lane pretty much solo, and then solo kill his laner afterwards is just so absolutely huge. This mid lane difference is so much in RIT's favor right now that I don't think this Ahri is going to have any point of relevance in this game. Even if she builds the control mage setup, there isn't really much of a pick comp to kind of follow up with those slows and those roam downs in the jungle that you might want to look for with the spooky ghosts and the glacial augment.
Yeah, McMaster doesn't really have anything to fall back on. I mean, I guess they have the Ezreal, maybe the Nunu scales up, but Ahri's not really going to be able to do anything in this mid to late, and now it's just going to be RIT looking for another fight here.
It's a 3v4 in the bot lane so far. Make that 4v4 as Solus runs back in.
Ooh.
Kazeme is countered by the Janna ultimate, as Variation is going to be taken out in the backside, not able to get any damage across. RIT pushing into the turret now as Sagusa is getting into the top lane. Rift Herald is popped in the bot. I think this is just going to be a disengage by McMaster, sacrificing the objectives and losing their lives for it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to push up even more, maybe. They're going to clear out some vision. I mean, you see AH Django in the mid lane. He's good at, they're pinging the tower on the side of RIT, but I don't know if they're going to get it. Sagusa also has TP. AH Django trying to try to get the mid lane, but looks like they're just going to get 1 tick of the Rift Herald, but at the same time, they're losing their mid tower, and they force the teleport from Sagusa.
So that was still a very much RIT favored trade at that stage. They were actually able to get 2 charges off from the Rift Herald onto 2 separate turrets, which wasn't to be expected when RIT actually disengaged from their push so early. They were able to get the turret and then just didn't go with the Rift Herald for the second turret. So it's surprising that McMaster was not able to clear it before the second charge. So RIT, all in all, gets a winning trade right there as they are able to yet again secure every single outer turret at this stage. It's currently sitting at about a 6k gold lead over for RIT. 3 turrets up, 2 dragons, and they're going to be looking for the second Mountain Drake right now.
Yeah, there's almost no way McMaster's going to be able to secure this dragon, and this is perfect for RIT. 2 Mountain Drakes is going to be so insane for them, along with that Infernal Drake, because Baron is coming up in about 2 minutes, and they're in a prime spot to be able to take an early Baron, especially with this double Mountain Drake. It's going to be absolutely insane. So I expect RIT to play around, get Baron vision, and look to make the plays.
I see no feasible way of McMaster winning a fight right now. So if RIT can just sustain this lead and sustain their pressure up until the Baron comes up, then they're just going to be able to outright take all these inner turrets yet again and get another huge early mid-game gold lead that McMaster won't be able to come back from. Sure, the Tryndamere has insane scaling. Sure, the Ezreal does a bunch of damage in the late game. But this composition just does not work well enough together to be able to play towards those advantages and really get what you want to see. Yorick is still going to be dealing insane damage in the mid-late game while still building full tank for the most part.
Yeah, we can also note all the bounties on the side of RIT, so they need to make sure they don't get picked, not really give anything, because the only realistic... Oh, but Solus is playing a bit far up.
Speaking about getting picked, Solus walks in way too far, is able to get a bunch of damage up onto Valen, but not enough to secure the kill. Kill over to McMaster, that's what they want to see, and exactly not what RIT wanted to see.
Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, Solus, I don't understand what he was trying to go for there. I mean, he didn't see anybody, and he had to know he was walking into something. I'm not really sure, but...
RT is still able to answer for that poor positioning by Solus by taking the top lane turret. So in all, it's still a worth trade for RIT, and they were able to get some major cooldowns out from the McMaster lineup. There's no ultimates on Ahri, Ezreal, and Janna for a fight coming up towards the start of Baron. So RT is going to have the pressure they need to ward up around the Baron right now without worrying about losing a fight due to ultimate disadvantages.
Yeah, that was just very, very good by RT though. Didn't need the Solus pick though, obviously, but that doesn't change just how strong he is. And so now it's going to be McMaster trying to get back in this game somehow. I mean, like I said, those picks are going to be the only way they get some sort of way back in. I don't see them winning any full-on team fights at all. They just have no win condition unless they get some sort of crazy pick. That's pretty much the only way they can do it. But RIT kind of give up some of their pressure, though. Looks like they're going to send Sagusa in the bot lane. It's going to be the Baron dance, as I was saying. But Sagusa's so strong.
That's so much damage from the Yorick. I feel like after that game 1, Sagusa just activated rage mode. He was like, you have made me burn 10% of my power. Let me use the rest of it. And now he's just got so much more pressure than this Tryndamere. Be able to push him out of lane absolutely solo. He's going to be able to get onto this bot turret, looking for the next objective here in the bot lane. Isn't able to get it quite yet, but RIT back to having their pressure up all around the Baron. Django is going to look for the solo kill. He's going to be able to get it, but RIT is picking a fight in the top side right now. It's a 4v3. Ahri is not there and without flash or ulti right now. So RIT is going to be able to pressure up this Baron. They know they have the advantage and they're getting started on it. Solus is looking to pressure out McMaster from even contesting it at this point.
Yeah, they have 2 Mountain Drakes right here, but I'm not sure they have the damage still because they only have Stiletto on it with doing damage, and they're going to try to come in here with the snowball. They have 4 people. Infiltrator super low. This is kind of risky from RT. They do end up...
There's the Baron. So Kizame is getting onto the blue side lineup, knocking up the Maul, but RT is falling so low right now, but so is McMaster, as Stiletto still has so much AoE damage with those ricochets. Liking what RIT is picking him for up that Baron. Not sure if it got onto Sagusa, but so far a 3-man Baron right there, and all in all, I think it was an even kill trade.
Yeah, a little risky, I would say, for the side of RT. They did take it down pretty slow with only Stiletto being the damage dealer on it, but it ends up working out for them pretty well. So this should be a very, very good Baron power play coming out for them. A little unfortunate, Sagusa did die and give the shutdown to AOH Django. So now he has his IE and his static complete. So I would say he's actually pretty strong right now. So I'm kind of interested to see how Sagusa deals with him in the split push.
Even then, when Sagusa was down there in the bot side pressuring up that turret, Ari did burn her ult and flash to try and get there in time. I'm not sure if she even got anything out of it. I'm not sure if she got an assist. So RIT didn't really have to worry about her in the Baron fight so much, as AOH Django is going to be spotted out by Infiltrator, but not caught out by Infiltrator.
Yeah, Tryndamere a pretty hard champ to actually catch out most of the time, but looks like Infiltrator trying to get some deep wards in. The rest of RT is coming. Greg is coming up. It's a third Mountain Drake. Not sure if they want to go for that or just look for a fight here. And it looks like it's going to be a fight here.
Infiltrator's already taken to about half health, but I believe he already has his Warmog, so he's just going to be able to heal that damage back up very quickly. RIT still has the necessary pressure around the Mountain Drake. They do have the the lack of ward coverage to worry about from McMaster. So RIT is just going to get right onto that Mountain Drake. So McMaster is just farming out the mid lane. And this is going to be the triple mountain for RIT.
Yeah, they have Baron up right now. They have the triple Mountain Drake. If they're not going to hard shove this lane, I don't know what they're doing, but it's looking like they're doing just that. Going to try to set up. This is a prime spot for them to they're going to force McMaster into a bad fight here, and it looks like McMaster is going to try to take a fight here.
They are going to look for a fight, but I don't think they're going to find one, as RIT has so much of an ability just to out-sustain them in these fights. They still have the Baron buff up as well. It hasn't been a super successful Baron power play, but they are still getting the pushes that they need. Tryndamere clears out the maiden so fast. Sagusa is actually going to be pressured up a lot right here. He's probably going to fall over, but Infiltrator is running that down there. Not going to get there quite in time. That's the damage that you have to worry about.
Yeah, maybe Sagusa just not understanding Tryndamere's limits. Maybe he just hasn't played against or as him much, but he just gets run over there. It's just not even close, and this is so much pressure relieved on the side of McMaster, and now this is looking a bit uneasy on the side of RIT. They're starting to give up a bit too much.
I think they're going to want to dedicate RIT's bot lane towards just clearing out these mid waves. For RIT to look for perhaps a pick onto the Tryndamere to relieve that split push pressure. At this point, the Tryndamere is just easily cutting through York like butter. So RIT is probably going to want to dedicate perhaps a Syndra to look for that quick burst to get him away from split pushing these lanes and getting RIT a man advantage to pressure the rest of the map. I think with Sivir just wave clearing, I doubt McMaster can really make too many plays off of RIT dedicating a lot of their members towards that Tryndamere. But in all, RT is so far getting kind of outplayed by AOH Django in these side lanes.
Yeah, AOH Django are going to be super strong now. I mean, Sagusa just not having enough resistance or damage to get through him efficiently. So I'm curious to see what RIT does with Sagusa now. I mean, they still probably split the side lane. He does have the TP advantage, but AOH Django's just able to run him down so much now that it's kind of hard for him to get something going, and it looks like he is going to maybe group with this team. They didn't really do much with the Baron, though, which is very unfortunate for the side of RT, but McMaster's doing a very good job of just stalling this out and trying to get their items, trying to get some power spikes going on. Maybe they get something going here, but looks like they're coming back into this game slowly.
I believe RT really needs to look for a pick right now in order to really get anything accomplished. If they can't get the Tryndamere, then they need to find to try to get that 3v4 or 3v5 fight elsewhere. We can see RIT did dedicate their mid lane up towards the top side to try to clear out those minions real fast. But all in all, it's just going to be waves getting killed right now, as neither neutral objective is on the map, and RIT can't currently really look for a turret in any sort of lane without getting a pick first.
Yeah, and now it's going to be just like, it's going to be a bit of a dance right now because McMaster has slowed the game down at this point in time. RIT really has no way to shove or siege right now because AOH Django is so strong. Level 17 is just so much further than anyone else in level. 2 levels up, the next highest player. And so now that McMaster now they have successfully slowed down the game. It's going to be very hard for RIT to push their advantage now. And now the carries on the side of McMaster are able to farm up, and they're able to get more items. They're going to be able to be a lot more useful.
RIT is dedicating their ADC now to help deal with the Tryndamere. 2 crits out is going to be able to deal almost all of Stella's health, but AOS Django is still going to be picked off here as Infiltrator lands the Glacial Prison, and that's the essential pick for RIT. As Baron is back up, they can look for a fight again, look for this 5v4, and get the Baron.
Yeah, just as a repeat of Game 2, AOS Django thinks he gets a pick on the other side of the map, but he's just not able to finish it off, and he gets taken out, and all that pressure he was exerting now is just all gone. And just as Baron comes up too, and RIT have 3 Mountain Drakes, 5v4, better team fight. This is going to be a free Baron, it should be, from the side of RIT, and this is going to be a fight here.
It's already gone down so fast. Venerate is already looking at it. Nunu actually steals away with the Baron, but can they get away with it right now? I don't think Variation is going to be one of those members that gets away, but 3 members on the side of McMaster do manage to escape it, as Sagusa is actually looking to teleport into the base and try to secure an inhib turret as the rest of RIT is pushing up the mid lane, trying to relieve the pressure for Sagusa to get that turret really fast. AOS Django is back up though, and so his damage is back on the map. It's back to being pressuring. It's taken fairly low. I believe he doesn't have his ult up quite yet, so RIT is just able to back off there and get 2 turrets for the trade of a Baron.
Yeah, this is really bad for RIT. They end up losing that Baron. They didn't really lock down Veneration like they should have, and Veneration's just barely able to get in there for the Smite steal.
Now, the Infernal Dragon is up at this point, and AOS Django is looking to perhaps get a kill right here onto probably Kazeme, as he's caught out right now. He doesn't have any sort of way to escape, as Stiletta is actually caught out as well. He's going to take a ton of damage by the True Shot Barrage, but he's able to run on out of there with his ultimate. Ult is up back on that Tryndamere, so this is actually going to be dragging pressure over to McMaster right now. They're going to get that Infernal Drake and try to get a little bit more back into this game using their Barons.
Stiletta and Solus just wasn't with their team, and so it's actually going to be a pause here, but as I was saying, Stiletta and Solus in that fight, they weren't with the rest of their team, and they came around a different angle, so they just end up getting pushed off right away, which is kind of unfortunate. And so that's another objective loss for RIT, and apparently we have a pause coming out for a broken keyboard on the side of McMaster, so they're gonna figure out what's going on there. But man, this is a swing for McMaster. RIT has been so ahead all game, but now they're slowly they've given over a Baron, they've given over a few picks, and now they've given over Infernal Drake. So this is looking a little iffy now on the side of RIT. I would still say yes, they're in the driver's seat, but now this is a much closer game than they would like this to be.
It is much closer. It's still a 5k gold lead for RIT, but they still have a few, I think probably like another minute or 2 left to deal with that Baron. I don't think McMaster can really pressure any map objectives right now to look for any turrets. Sure, the Tryndamere can probably split push and dedicate RIT elsewhere, but with the Sivir up and with the Syndra up as well, I don't think these lanes are going to be pushed in too fast. RIT is just going to be able to deal with that. So I don't think the Baron is going to result in too much back towards McMaster, but it is still good for them to have that and get a little bit back into this game.
Yeah, and we are getting back into the game. Keyboard issues have been fixed after that fight, and now it's just going to be another little bit of a reset. Maybe McMaster try to take that mid inhib with this bit, or not the inhib, but maybe they try to take that tower finally in the mid lane that's still standing with this Baron. It looks like it might be going down shortly though, but it's going to be RIT able to come back after that reset, kind of defend towards this. They're just going to be able to wave clear, but RIT really needs to try to get something going and pick this out. They're given a bit too much, but the Snowball coming in.
Snowball is coming in, but Tryndamere is in the top side looking for that turret. RIT does have 4 people positioned around the mid to try to defend maybe that last hope of the outer turret, but looks like it's just going to go down right here. RIT knows that they probably won't be able to defend that for all too long with the Baron up, but they are going to opt into defending the inner turret as Sagusa is looking for his own inner turret in the bottom lane. Good stuff there by Sagusa. Look for his opening, and it looks like RIT might go for a collapse here in the mid lane.
Ooh, yeah, Sagusa can come up here. AOS Django does not have TP, and they're going to look for the fight here.
Sagusa is in there. He gets charmed up, isn't able to find the engage or slow onto anyone. So RIT isn't able to pick a fight right there, but they do have 5 people dedicated in the mid lane to perhaps turn around and get something out of it. AOS Django is back to split pushing bot. True Shot Barrage cancels out Sagusa's back right now. But RIT still has everybody that they need to defend the mid turret or the top turret if needed. Stiletto.
Oh my god, they went so crazy for that.
RIT is going to get a lot of damage onto the Nunu, although he's going to fall just about now. Solus gets the rest of the damage dealt, but Tryndamere picks up the turret in the bot lane. Stiletto roam back towards the fight, not what he wanted to do quite yet. Tryndamere still pushing in, but he isn't able to get that without any minions.
Yeah, McMaster kind of just like tunneled for the maiden from Sagusa, but in doing that, they walk right into the 3 members of RIT still there, 3 or 4 members of RIT still there, and so Veneration just gets hit up, but you see AOS Django still able to get that inner turret though, so maybe a bit of an even trade, I would say, but you definitely don't want that pick on the Veneration.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a kill to go over to the enemy team, but taking a tower as a trade back for it is always a welcome sight. So McMaster is able to get an objective off that fight, and they're starting to really close down this gold lead, now down to only about 4k versus the, I think, 7k that it capped at earlier in the game. So that Baron play really worked out in favor of McMaster. They're really getting back to where they need to be to really fight this game out, but at the same time, Sagusa is starting to get a lot of his armor to deal with this Tryndamere split push threat. Not sure if it can sustain to keep doing this.
They're going to collapse on Sagusa.
They are collapsing on Sagusa. They find the slow on AOS Django, so this is going to be a kill over. A good pick by McMaster. They're going to try to get this bot lane inhibitor turret perhaps, but they don't quite have the minions yet.
Yeah, I mean, RIT, Sagusa had to know that McMaster had to be around there. I mean, like, RIT was literally everywhere in the mid lane. They were all on the top side, and there was no neutral objective to get. So McMaster recognized that RIT was messing around in the top side when there was no neutral objective. So they just go down and kill Sagusa, and now they have so much pressure to try to clear some waves here.
Yep. Baron is coming up in about 35 seconds now at this point, so RIT really needs to avoid getting picked off now, as even though the Tryndamere is super strong, he's going to be able to take any objective extremely quick with his damage. At the same time, it's back to RIT having that triple Mountain Drake pressure to try to get the objectives. If McMaster leaves it open for even a very short amount of time, this Tryndamere is already level 18 again.
Yeah, he's just so strong, but when you look at variation, he's level 14, and he's just pretty low, but he's going to tank up as much as he can. Only 2 items, that's why he's just not as tanky.
Ooh.
Solus tries to go for something on Valine. Not going to get it, though, and it looks like they're just going to try to go for the Baron, but you already see AOS Django trying to hover around the bot side.
He's looking for that bot side right now. They know Solus does not have flash or ultimate to look for a quick kill in this fight, so RIT really needs to get this Baron and get out, or try to get the Nunu out of there to prevent the steal. That's the Baron going over to RIT. Solus is taking very low, forced to use his Zhonya's right now. He is going to survive, surprisingly, as AOS Django is in this fight now. RIT's carries are both very low and unable to fight at this point, but Sagusa still has the damage to stay in here. Both Stiletta and it looks like Infiltrator, I believe, are pushing up that bottom, or sorry, the top wave, trying to get that inhibitor, looking for the fight, the objective, as the fight did not quite go in their favor. Actually, no, it did go in their favor. That was a 2-for-2 trade, and the inhibitor.
But they're going to get collapsed on here. They're going to get punished.
They're going to get punished, but Sagusa is going to get out alive with the Baron. Infiltrator and Stiletta are falling, but this isn't exactly too much of a deficit for them. They were able to get that top lane inhibitor, and that's going to kind of relieve the split push pressure from this Tryndamere from now on.
Yeah, but I mean that was still not what exactly RIT wanted. Yeah, they managed to secure it, but Solus stepped up way too far up while they were doing Baron, and so he gets completely destroyed at the beginning of the fight, and McMaster's just gonna get Infernal here, but Solus stepped up way too early, and AoE's Django was able to just E onto Stiletta. No one was able to peel for Stiletta because they had already wasted their cooldowns. So AoE's Django just gets 2 autos on Stiletta, and Stiletta has forced a flash away out of the fight over to the Blast Cone. And then after that, they just have no more damage.
Now, arguably the most important person still escaped with the Baron. Sagusa is still holding that as he finished up his ZZ Rot portal. So he's going to have that split push that he really wants to have to kind of just destroy a lane out. McMaster is dedicating Ahri towards clearing these waves. She isn't necessarily the best at wave clear, but this is going to give her a lot of time to try to get back into the game. So it looks like a 4-man group is roaming across this bot side jungle for McMaster.
Yeah, they're just. I mean, I guess RIT is just gonna try to 5-man push the bot with the Baron that Sagusa has, but it looks like they might actually be a bit too far up here.
Infiltrator's very tanky right now. His AoE's Django is forced to burn an unstoppable rage right now. Is going to get forced out of this fight. That cooldown isn't very long though. RIT still has pressure with the top wave, still pushing in with those super minions. That's the ZZ Rot play. Sagusa is looking for the spot turret. If RIT can find the engage, this is their fight to win.
This is huge for RIT. They know the unstoppable rage is down.
Infiltrator's already chunked down though, about 25% HP. Doesn't look like RIT can really pressure in this fight quite yet, but the minions are going to take AoE's Django away, and the Baroned up minions are crashing into this turret. Stun lands onto the Ezreal, but it's going to be nothing traded so far. RIT does have the pressure they need to start bashing down on this turret. That's a huge chunk out due to Sagusa's damage.
Undying Rage is still down. AoE's Django can't do anything. He's going to try to get a pick on Infiltrator.
He's not going to get in there quite yet. RIT just needs to back up right now. This is kind of a similar situation that we've seen them in before. Not in this series, but in a past one. But RIT is just going to get away right now. They don't have to worry about someone getting back in, getting into their base with some super minions up. But RIT just positioning around. They might actually look for a pick here if Veneria walks too far up.
It's crazy just how huge getting that Tryndamere ult was for them. The amount of pressure that relieved up for them was insane. Just because they got AoE's Django's ult out, they were able to take that mid inhib, and that bot inhib. And that's literally the only reason why. Because AoE's Django wasn't able to just E and flash onto the back line and then just Undying Rage in the middle of them. So they lost so much pressure because no one else on the side of McMaster is really able to exert that much pressure on the back line. So they just able to get Sagusa's Baron and just take it.
Now RIT has such a huge advantage going into the next Baron play. Sure, the top lane inhibitor is going to be back up by the time the Baron respawns, but the bot lane inhib is still going to be down for like another 2 or so minutes. So RIT is going to have the pressure they need on the bot side of the map to take away at least one member from McMaster and force a 4v5 fight. RIT is already looking to get into this mid lane inhibitor and get the triple inhib down. Members are grouped up.
Yes, Sagusa does have TP advantage, so when Baron comes up, they're going to have the top lane pushed, and Sagusa can just keep pushing the bot lane. He puts the ZZ Rot portal mid, but he will able to push the bot lane with the super minions, and it's just going to create so much pressure.
Only one member is going to be dedicated to the side waves, and it happens to be AoE's Django, the carry for McMaster. This is not what you want to have happen, as minions are crashing into your base, and the enemy team just has such a huge siege. Top lane minions are going to get onto the Nexus right now as RIT has the pressure they need to get onto this middle inhibitor turret. It is going to fall as no turrets left on the side of McMaster as the fight is going to break out. Charm lands onto Infiltrator, but not enough damage to secure him. 3-man knockup from the Pulverize on Kazeme. It's not going to get enough damage up to follow up with that fight as Kazeme is taken out by that charm, but he's going to be able to run away with his ultimate. RIT still has the pressure on right now as bot lane super minions are crashing in. RIT's looking for this second inhibitor before the Baron comes up. This could be theirs. Elder Dragon is actually coming up as well, so RIT has everything that they need right now. Fight is so close to breaking out. Stun lands onto 2, but no follow-up yet again for that huge CC. Unstoppable Rage is up, so AOS Django is going to look into the bot side. Infiltrator might fall right here as he's extended a little bit too far up. RIT is just going to want to back off right here. If blue team can pressure them back up and prevent them from backing, this could be it, but...
Yeah, looks like they're finally going to try to back. That was so insane from the side, both sides. I don't know what RT was exactly trying to do. I guess they were just trying to stall for the bot lane, but now they have Warmogs. They're sustaining up for this Elder Dragon, and AOS Django is not here, and they get a huge pick.
Diminish is already taken down solo. Valen misses his flash. He's going to be taken out right now as he's down to 200 health. Stiletto is overextended right now, gets charmed, but isn't taken down any lower. Variation is caught off in the backline, taking so much damage. There's no smite on the side of McMaster right now. RIT is going to be able to secure this Elder Drake and transition into a Baron.
That was such a risky but such a calculated play from RIT. They kept fighting in the mid lane. They wanted the bot lane to push up to the Nexus turret so they would be able to just try to force a fight as AOS Django had to go and clear the Nexus turrets from being destroyed. But because of that, RIT was able to get such a great chunk onto Diminish and then eventually take down Variation, and they're just able to get an easy Infernal Drake with the 3 mountains, and now they're looking for the Baron.
Watch how fast this thing falls. Stiletto can probably solo it at this point, but RIT, Kazeme is still fairly low right now, about half health as AOS Django is getting back onto Solus. He does not have much mana. Solus is probably just going to look to try burn out the Unstoppable Rage before he dies. He is forced to burn the flash. 2 crits coming down. AOS Django is taken very low right now, though, as Stiletto is going to be able to pick up that kill. Overall trade advantage for RIT as the damage is out on McMaster. Venerate is going to fall as well. There goes the Ahri. The 2 carries are down. There goes the Janna. It's a 4v2 right now. RIT has everything that they need to end the game. Sagusa is getting into the base with that teleport, and now Snare is not going to be able to stop that teleport. Sagusa is going to be able to end the game right now. Stiletto picks up the last kill. 4 members down on the side of McMaster. This is going to be the game 2 win for RIT as Sagusa is finishing off. Variation dancing out with an Infiltrator right now. We see some friendly play right now, but this is going to be game 2 for RIT. Friendly play right here, but friendly victory for RIT. Excellent game 2 win. This is them up in the series.
What a bloody ending out there to end game 3 in favor of RIT. Even though they got such an insane lead early and they ended up, you know, it was a bit ugly in the mid game, but they ended up pulling it back and finally putting a cap on that game, closing it out. Now up 2-1 in this series over McMaster, and they are looking to advance in the playoffs and beat Harris and play Harrisburg in the next round, and they are looking set to take this set.
That was an excellently well played game there by RIT. They got their early game lead and they transitioned it into the rest of the stages of the game and then closed it out with a great late game. Although Solus did kind of get caught out there, it still resulted in RIT getting the necessary kill onto the enemy top laner, which relieved all the carry pressure, all the attack damage that was really giving RIT a struggle to end that game out. So all in all, with Solus trading his life for the Tryndamere, it ended up working in their favor. So yeah. RIT picking up game 2.
And that's 3 games in a row. RIT win the early game, and that's the 3rd game. Like we saw the first game with that hyper carry comp that McMaster drafted, they were able to come back. But last game and this game, even though it looked like they were coming back, I feel like they just didn't have the comp to do it. And I'm still wondering, when are they going to draft that comp they did game 1? I think they still need to go back to that because it's very clear all of these games are just going the same way. They're losing the early game and then making comebacks in the mid game, but that first game they were just able to blow out RIT with their comeback because of their composition. But last game and this game, their composition isn't strong enough scaling to be able to come back from that insane lead that RIT had built up. So I really want to see a more hyper carry scaling comp from McMaster like in that first game.
Now that game was a lot closer than the previous match, and RIT is going to be back on the blue side for this game, in this game 4. So this could just be another likewise stomp to that previous game, the first RIT win of the set. But will Mac opt in towards getting back into this match with that previous comp that you suggested. The Vladimir was left open that game as well, and I believe it was banned out the previous game, but McMaster could have just opted in back for that champion.
I mean, I think maybe they don't like the Vladimir into the Yorick, but I
Very
mean,
possible.
I feel like I think the Tryndamere was maybe an okay pick. I feel like the problem is it's way too risky, and even though he was coming back, even though he was matching Sagusta in the mid to late game, you take one, it's just too risky because he either kills one person in the back line, or he loses his ult and dies, and then you just give up so much pressure that you can't do anything, and that's what we saw happen in that late game.
RIT definitely played that late game a little bit better, but as we're waiting for game 3 to start, we're going to head into a quick break. As, the end of the series could be very soon. This is game point for RIT. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, and we are back looking to get into the champion select for Game 3, but we've got to discuss something right now before we get there. Looks like we're going to see a sub-in 4 variations on the side of McMaster. They're going to be trying out this new jungler, Ging Freeses? I don't know. It's hard to pronounce. Sorry if we're messing it up, but not sorry at the same time because your name is hard to pronounce. So, what do you think about this swap out? What do you think about changing out the junglers at this point in the series?
I mean, obviously, I think they need a sort of change in tempo. Maybe they're trying to look for some sort of pick that Gang Freeses can play that maybe... I forgot his name already. Variations couldn't play. Variations looked like he plays a lot more, tanky, supportive junglers. Maybe they want a more carry jungler this time around, so maybe that's why they switched in this new jungler. I'm kind of interesting because obviously you don't really switch anyone in unless you either want just a change of pace or you want some sort of pick that person offers that the other person doesn't. So I feel like we're going to see a very different sort of draft phase now.
We are heading into the draft phase. Speaking of it, I'm messing up my transitions because I'm stupid, but getting back to our standard bans, Lux is going to be banned out, and perhaps a Jarvan as well here. Unless they're going to switch it up with her. Nope.
Still going to be the Jarvan.
Still going to be the Jarvan.
So every single game we've had Lux, Jarvan, both sides respectively, first bans.
And I would expect to see another Zilean ban come out here for the second ban of RIT. They have noticeably performed much better in the mid-late game without having to deal with the Zilean revives and also the bombs clearing out the waves.
Yeah.
And Solus has just been so much more enabled to pop off in the mid lane without having to deal with it. So there's the ban coming out on the Zilean. And we might expect more familiar bans from what RIT has played thus far. I would expect to see another mid lane ban coming out here, perhaps the Cassiopeia or the Syndra or the Orianna, and maybe that again for the last of the first round bans.
Yeah, both of these teams just sticking to their guns. I mean, McMaster has banned J4 Cast every single game this set, and then on the side of RT, Lux has been banned every single set. Along with the Zilean beyond the first game, because after that first game, that Zilean was just absolutely, a thorn in the side for the side of RT. But RT actually banning out the Nunu, even though it did not really work out at all, I would say, that last game.
Perhaps it could just be, it might not have worked out in the last game, but it could come down to who's playing it. Perhaps this new jungler for McMaster is more adept on the Nunu. But so far, RIT is just going to go for their early pick on the Sejuani instead of opting in for the early pick on Rek'Sai that they went with in Game 2.
Yeah, they're going to give it the Rek'Sai here. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it with their new jungler, though. I'm not exactly sure what he plays, but I feel like he might play more carry junglers, so I feel like they might actually pick the Rek'Sai up here.
Could be an early Rek'Sai. They can answer over for the jungle pick so far, but RIT still has the opportunity to pick the rest of their team to counter out that Rek'Sai. The Orianna is picked up to mostly, I would assume, to deny Solus his Orianna pick. That was so effective in the second game of this set. I think RIT is going to opt into their mid lane pick in one of these two picks, and perhaps also the ADC, as they've already seen what they're going to be.
I mean, Solus still has the Zoe and the Syndra available to him, so I would imagine either of those is what they're going to be picking up. But as we've seen this entire set, Sivir still being an insane high priority ADC along with Ezreal, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, I'm not surprised to see that, but maybe I feel like it's going to be a Zoe or a Syndra pick here, so they don't get banned out in the second rotation. So we're going to see here, it's going to be 7 seconds on the clock.
Now, we've already seen that Solus has an enormous champion pool to choose from, but I do expect it to probably just be a Syndra coming out right now, as it is. So
as we say,
he's picking familiarity right here, and it's also still okay into the Orianna matchup. I think part of how the matchup went in that second game is Solus just completely out-pressured the Venerated on that Orianna pick into the Syndra. But I think it's still more or less an even lane and a possible winning lane for Syndra if played correctly. So that's actually the Vladimir pick coming out again.
This time they actually picked up the Vlad. That worked out so well with them that first game. So, but they still have the top lane counter pick. So I'm interested to see what Sagusa wants to play to shut him down in that top lane.
Now, at the same time, part of how Vladimir got ahead in that first game was being boosted up by the Zillion. He was able to get those level advantages to just completely outdo any sort of advantage that Sagusa could get with his Rumble. Right now, we're mostly looking forward to seeing like how RIT is going to adjust towards playing into this Vladimir. Without the Rumble available, without the York available, who are they going to pick as an answer here?
Yeah, I really like both of these bans coming out from the side. Rumble taking that off Sagusa, he originally counterpicked that into Vladimir that first game. And of course, the Enchanter supports also being banned out on the side of RIT. They're taking away that Morgana that Diminish has also been playing. They didn't feel like his Janna was very good, so I feel like they're very comfortable playing into that. So the Morgana, taking off the Morgana along with of course the Lux, they're going to be able to get something going down, and McMaster recognized that, just take away Kazeme's Thresh, but I feel like Kazeme can play enough where it's fine. Actually, it's going to be a Zac ban, so that's another tanky jungler taken off the table, so I actually kind of like that ban.
Perhaps this substitute is a little bit more familiar with the Zac than the variations that we saw previously, but right now it's going to come down to what we're seeing for a jungle pick right now for Valen picking at the moment from McMaster. Either that or we could see the support pick right now and have the jungle as reactionary.
Ooh,
no, it's the Skarner, brand new this patch. He just got his buffs.
Yeah,
Let's have you speak about that.
He actually got a pretty big buff. I played a lot of Skarner last season, and I haven't played him since the buff actually. But
I have.
Actually the buff he got was that his pillars now cover one more jungle camp on each side, correct?
Yep.
So that is a huge buff because that's so much more area that he gets to run in the jungle. And it also opens up more pathing options because before, if you started...
I was thinking about that. Okay, continue.
If you started around the red side, you couldn't really take Krugs, or at least you couldn't take it efficiently because you lost the pillar buff. But now you can go red to Krugs, so there's so many more options to path around with the Skarner.
Now, I was thinking about this Cho'Gath pick as an answer for the Vladimir. I think it was pretty much the only thing I could really come up with as an answer here. You can't kill a Cho'Gath as a Vladimir solo, and Cho'Gath also prevents Vladimir from all-inning the same way as he could against other matchups. That AoE silence for 2.75 seconds completely shuts down an engage, and he can also trade so well in lane as well as sustain with his passive. I think Cho'Gath is an excellent pick into some of the ranged matchups that he might have to deal with, as he's just able to sustain so well, and he still offers so much damage and tankiness at the same time. He can also stick onto targets extremely well with his CC on every ability other than his Feast.
Yeah, Sagusa is just such a great player that's able to play a lot of different champs into a lot of different matchups, and I do feel like, as you were saying, this could be a pretty strong matchup if played right. If he's able to get the farm up, not get poked out early, he's going to be able to pressure Vladimir so much. But the one thing I don't like about this pick is that I think that RIT's comp is lacking a little bit of damage, specifically AD damage, because yes, they have Stiletta, but no one else is really doing that much damage. I mean, obviously you have the Cho'Gath, you're gonna have some true damage, but Infiltrator and Kazeme not really on any damage carries, so it's gonna be Solus and Stiletta gonna have to be the carries this game.
At the same time, the opposing team, McMaster, also drafted a majority AP composition. Skarner is mostly a tank. He doesn't really offer all that much damage, and he's kind of split in between magic and physical. And as well as Ezreal is also split between magic and physical. So while they do have those mixed damages, I don't really see the just outright damage from McMaster taking these fights away. And another part of the Cho'Gath pick, as well as the Alistar pick, is that they both synergize extremely well with building Aegis, or rather Locket of the Iron Solari, because when they get that huge health pool, they can build that, proc their shield. It completely negates a shockwave. It completely negates a Vladimir.
The shot gave in the pool are going to be huge counters.
Yep, and that's exactly what we see in games like Overwatch. When you see those huge AoE abilities, you just proc a shield, proc like a defensive ultimate, and it's just going to completely negate a huge trade. This is basically exactly the same way we see Overwatch games played, which is extremely stupid to say, but it's true.
Yeah, I mean, the Skarner, I mean, as I said, I haven't played Skarner in a while, but usually you either go, I know, because in solo queue, it's just like, okay, you just build Warrior into Triforce, you just do damage, you run people down, but in competitive, you have to go more tanky because that's usually going to be the better option. So I would say Cinderhulk into a Righteous Glory is what people like to go in competitive,
Yeah.
but because of that, because you're not building Triforce or Warrior, you're going to miss out on a lot of 80 damage. So that means Valine's your only prominent AD damage, and even now though, because Ezreal now stacks Archangels and like Hextech, the damage is a bit more split, so it's not fully AD. So I think the AP stack from here, the anti-magic damage from RIT is actually really strong into McManus's comp.
Yeah, I think this game is just going to be an instance of the unkillable tanks round of things, because when both of these teams are so much focused in one resistance or one damage type, the other team can just be focused in that one resistance type and just completely negate all the damage that's being dealt to them. We're going to start on this game very soon, as we're just waiting out on the loading screen at the moment, but is this going to be RIT's final victory in this series, or are we going to go to this Game 5 and pretend to hear Silver Scrapes but not hear it because of copyright grounds?
I mean, I think McMaster has drafted a better comp around this time. I still think it's a little weak compared to their first comp that they drafted, but they do have the Vladimir this time, but I feel like RIT's counterpick this time is so much better into it that I'm not really sure. It's a bit hard to say. I do think this is a comp they can definitely scale on. They can definitely come back on, get some late game picks, get some late game team fights. So I definitely think that McMaster, this is a game they can definitely come back in the set with. But RIT also has been playing super strong these last few games, and they also themselves have drafted a pretty strong comp. So I think if RIT can keep up this kind of trend with winning this early game, I think they got it.
This could very well be RIT's final victory. They need to make it into Harrisburg, but at the same time, we're going to see McMaster trying to clutch out this final chance that they have, or perhaps second to last chance that they have to get into the rest of playoffs. RIT is looking strong in their very first playoff series ever. It's going to be a simple early game though. Fanning out yet again. No invades this series. No comp's really built for invading either.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the meta that we're in right now.
Neither team really having any really strong level 1 anything, pretty much. So, pretty safe. Both teams just like to play safe here in this early game. I mean, RIT just really liking to get those early game advantages in the lane, not necessarily going for cheese or anything. It's going to be the same bot lanes, actually, as we saw last game. Going to be the Sivir and the Alistar again for Stolet and Kazeme, along with the Ezreal and the Janna again for Valine and Diminish.
Yeah, and I want to see a few more memes in this game, honestly. We've been seeing a pretty standard style of RIT, just patterning up their games with a strong early game and then questionable mid to late transition, but the very strong mid and late game. So I want to see perhaps like a good old-fashioned AP Sejuani just to shake things up a bit. No, I'm just kidding. I really expect RIT to just pressure out this game and perhaps look for the final victory that they need.
Getting a little poke onto Stiletta. He's actually chunked pretty heavily at level 1, so gonna be good trades coming out from McMaster in the bot lane, but pretty much every lane playing pretty aggressive in trading right now, and it's gonna be RT's bot lane. Gonna lose level 2 here probably, but just pretty much farm lane so far. Not really too much going on. It's gonna be Ging Freeseas taking out his Scuttle on the top side. He actually does not opt for the Krugs, even though I was talking about you can get that Krugs with your Spire now. But he is gonna go just take the Scuttle.
And it's going to be spotted out by RIT though, so it looks like Solus is going to be able to see that he's coming up.
We got another pause in this game. Looking like LCS.
Yeah, it's looking like we're dealing with some LCS right now, but we don't have quite the fiesta that we would see in the LCS quite yet. Looks like RIT is having some ADC issues, Stiletta probably lagging a little bit. He's going to disconnect from the game and try to restart his client real fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely having some issues. I mean, getting hit by all those Qs from Valine. I mean, obviously,
Dude, it's all lag.
He's got some issues. Gotta blame the lag. You know,
it's all lag. Always blame lag.
That's what we're here about.
As a video gamer myself, I can confirm that lag is the only viable excuse in any sort of situation that you should ever pull out. Otherwise, just say your mom. There you go.
I don't know about that one, but all right, he comes back in. He's reconnected, ready to not blame the lag now for that early game trade.
Yeah, he's having to deal with his stuff, but Stiletto has proved himself to be pretty good in this series so far, despite his rampant lag spikes that we've just seen right now to cause this pause. I would entirely expect him to DC from the rest of the game entirely if this happens to continue. But for now, we're going to be heading back into the game.
Yeah, when it was actually Ginkforises was looking for something on Solus, but after that pause, Solus just kind of backs up. But they did catch him out, so it's looking like he's just gonna run through. He's gonna try to go for that scuttle, but Infiltrator's already on it, but they're actually gonna collapse on him here. This could be very dangerous.
That's already the Ignite burned onto Infiltrator. He is going to be caught out here. He gets the Scuttle Crab, but he's going to lose his life. It's really just dependent on who it goes over to right now. Looks like it's going to go over to Skarner. Unless Infiltrator can just slow him up and run away. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Infiltrator is going to fall over. First blood over to the McMaster. Oh, out of position right there for Infiltrator.
Yeah, Infiltrator, I don't understand what he was thinking there. I mean, he saw that bot was shoved into his turret. He saw that Skarner was just walking through the mid lane, and he just decides, oh, I can take the scuttle, and he just dies for it. I don't really know what to say about that.
At that point, he realized that he wasn't going to get the other scuttle. It was already killed. So he tries to get his level 3, tries to get that gold for him to make the trade a little bit more even, but I think he could have disengaged in time and gotten over that dragon wall to just get away with his life safely and not get that unfavorable trade in the early game.
Yeah, and that's a 400 gold bounty going on for Skarner. Skarner not having the best level 1 through 5, so I mean, that's a really good lead for Ginkforises. He's going to be able to transition to that level 6 even faster. Going to be able to get more tanky stats. Going to be able to be more impactful after that level 6. And he's going to get these Predator boots on this back too. So he's definitely going to be looking to get the gank up.
RIT is trying to look to maybe change up their style a little bit from that early gameplay there by Infiltrator. Is not what you want to see in this point of the series. I didn't actually mean go for the AP Sejuani or the troll game, but Infiltrator is actually looking for a gank down bot. Kisame is roamed up pretty far, and Infiltrator isn't going to be able to get that gank out quite yet. Skusa is actually trading pretty favorably in this top lane already.
Yeah, those Vorpal spikes doing so much damage. I believe he actually got buffed on this patch, right? I think they gave him 2 more damage on the spikes, or I think they gave more damage on his spikes actually this patch, or it was last patch, but they actually buffed his damage on that patch, and because you upgraded first, it does so much more damage for each upgrade now, and so it's gonna be really good trading onto this Vladimir.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was about 2 damage early game, but scales by 12 now. Yeah. Instead of 10, so you end up getting, I think it's 14 more damage.
You get a lot more damage.
Yeah, you get more damage. It's not an insane amount, but in adding up in the general trades, if you get all 3 out, it's still like I think it approximates to about a 40 damage buff.
It racks up to a lot of damage if you're consistently able to get at least like 2 autos in when you're using your Vorpal spikes.
Yeah, so.
And the sustain is just so good. Autoing those minions, he's just getting like 20 AP or 20 HP and mana back every time, and he's gonna look for a gank here.
The McMaster jungler lands his stun. He's able to get on Sagusa, but that flash is still up for the Cho'Gath. Solish is also pressuring in the mid lane, but it's not going to be a kill. No great amounts of damage are going to be seen this far into the game.
A little bit of questionable flash there by Ginkforises. He really overestimated the damage that they had. He didn't have level 6, and he didn't have the Impale. So there was really no damage on Sagusa. I mean, AO Shingo did have his ult, but Vladimir just has not enough damage to take out Cho'Gath that early, especially with Ginkforises not having any damage either. So kind of a wasted time there by McMaster, and so Sagusa's is able to retaliate and get farm, and he's still able to sustain through.
Yeah, he's able to even out the wave. So it's just going to be a crash now in the top lane. The top laner is going to look to bank. It looks like AO, it's Django, is going to push up the lane a little bit, but I don't think it's actually going to be too much lost for Sagusa right now. RIT does have the bot lane pushed in, so they're going to have to worry about the Skarner. They know he's going to try to clear out his jungle yet again, get his buffs up. On himself, though, it doesn't go over to the Orianna, I don't think.
Solus getting the blue buff from Infiltrator. Infiltrator, though, is level 4 versus King Freezy's level 6, so Infiltrator pretty far behind, but Solus is going in.
He does have a lot of damage right now, not enough to quite secure a kill at this point in the game, and that
this is bad.
Up. Yeah, that is the Predator Boots burned by the Skarner. King Freezy's is going in, gets his ultimate down on to Kazuma. He does have his flash up, but he's going to fall over to the damage. Great gank there by McMaster.
Yeah, you have to know that King Freezius was so close to 6, and with the Predator coming up, it's just so strong of a gank from the Skarner. You just Predator in, there's nothing that they can do. He doesn't have the ultimate to burn the CC, so Kazemi just goes down quick, and that's a free kill going on to Valine.
I believe that was... Oh, this is actually going to be Shockwave onto Solus. He's going to flash out of that, but all in all, a good amount of trading done in the mid lane right there. Solus without his flash is going to be so open to ganks by the Skarner, so he's going to have to look out for those.
Yeah, even though King Freezius is ahead and he's putting on a lot of jungle pressure, Solus is pressuring the mid lane and has consistently had priority, so it's a little harder for King Freezius to do much, even though he has been doing everything he can. The problem is, still Solus was so much priority. He's almost 30 CS up above Venerated, and he has so much pressure. He has blue, and they're going to try to look for a gank on him, I believe, actually, but no, it's not going to be he doesn't have the Impale, so it's going to be back off. Solus with a great lead right now, getting mid priority, relieving so much pressure from the other lanes.
Sagusa is still pressuring up top so hard. His W is actually hitting surprisingly hard right now. I would want to check if he's actually opting into a W max.
Yeah, we could check.
Yeah, we could check right now. Sometimes the Spectre client is a little bit buggy, and it decides to just leave this up. Yeah, it is a W max.
Actually W max instead of the E max, so it looks like he wants to try to just trade with that W. It looks like, but he actually misses it with the pull.
It's going to be... not necessarily trade in favor of Django, but it's just going to be a little bit less of a good trade for Sagusa. He could have traded that a little bit more favorably.
But that lane was not in a good position to get pushed under the tower of Sagusa's. Cho'Gath not having the best time farm on the tower. It's not too bad, but obviously it's going to be a little tougher. But they're going to look for an Impale onto Sagusa here if he steps a little too far up.
It's a very possible lane gank right now. He's walking up pretty far. I think he realizes Django is in that bush. There's the Predator Boots. Not going to find anything quite yet. Orianna also roam top as well, so RIT is going to get priority in the mid lane. Perhaps make a play bot.
Predator Boots are still going, and Solus is trying to shove in that lane, so he might actually still get caught here.
He could get caught, but Infiltrator's right there to help him out if needed. The barrier's still up to prevent a lot of burst out from that Orianna and Skarner, if they even had enough burst in the first place. And Infiltrator is actually going to start up the dragon now.
Yeah, priority in the mid, priority in the bot. King Freezy's backing. It's going to be a free dragon going over to RIT, so pretty good pickup for them. It is the ocean, but maybe not too good with their comp, but it's still a decent drag early game. So now it looks like Solus further extending his lead in the mid lane, and now Sagusa staying even in CS, putting some good pressure onto AH Django. He's going to be so strong in this mid game.
There's actually engaged in the bot lane by Kazeme, but they're going to have to look for this kill fast because Skarner has arrived. He has that ult up and still isn't able to pick up the kill onto Diminish. That's Kazeme falling down, but Infiltrator is here for the counter gank if he chooses to. They opt out of it, and it's actually kill in favor of McMaster.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. Kazeme went right in with the flash just as King Freezy showed up, so he wasn't able to react. Kind of unlucky timing, but I don't think Stiletta needed to waste his flash at the end there. He was nearly at full health. King Freezy doesn't have damage. Infiltrator was coming in, so a little bit more given up by RIT than they needed to.
That is true, but RIT does get the vision needed in the bot side of the map to perhaps make a play mid right now. It seems like Kizame is looking to try to get a gank or just ward control down. He was spotted by the blue buff due to that ward kind of sitting off in the middle of the jungle. So RT is going to have some, not the information that they want to have on the map right now. They're going to be able to know that this bot side is going to be the moment of pressure for McMaster. But as we currently see it, McMaster is holding on to about a 700 gold lead. Not as much as we've seen RIT have in previous games, but they are playing this early game a lot better than
this previous. This is a very different game from all three games so far, because every game RIT has had a convincing lead early, and this is the first time they've actually been down early. So I'm very interested to see how McMaster tries to push their goal lead and how RIT tries to come back, because RIT has not had to come back ever, I think, in these first three games, except for obviously when they just got shoved over in that first game. But they've been up in every early game, and so this is a different situation for them.
It's important to note that the gold difference is primarily on the support and on the jungler for McMaster. So they're actually losing a trade right now, as Diminish is going to fall down to the sheer amount of damage and CC by RT's lineup. Valen nearly falling as well from the ricochet, so RT is going to have pressure in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is exactly what RT needed. They get a pretty good fight in the bot lane. Infiltrator comes in at the last second, just as McMaster thinks they're safe, and now they're going to get some turret plating. Oh my god, what a great play there from Stiletta.
He picks up the kill on the back end on the Ezreal with that fade away Sivir boomerang Q. Gets a lot of gold back in her favor. Now that Stiletta has 2 kills, this is actually a really positive advantage for RIT. And as I was saying right before that fight happened, the gold lead for McMaster was on the jungler and the support, the exact opposite of who you really want it to be on. Now RIT has gold advantage in both the solo lanes and the attack damage carry.
Yeah, as I was saying right before that, RIT has not had to come back in an early game. They've been ahead in every single early game this entire set, but as I say that, Stiletta gets 2 kills in the bot lane. Very great play by RIT, and now he is so far ahead, along with Solus, who's also still a 20 CS lead in the mid lane, still pressuring like crazy in that mid lane.
I think Solus is just so unbelievably good at playing aggressive on even the passive matchups while playing Orianna into the Syndra. He proved to be so much more effective than Venerated in this matchup. So Solus, I just think he knows his champions and knows his pool a lot better right now, and is able to get these leads because of it. But as we say that, the gold lead from the jungle is not exactly showing right here, but Skarner is going to solo out the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're just going to take the Ren Shield. RIT not bothering to check it, so they will get punished, and King Freezies does get the Rift Herald, so I'm not really sure if they can get anything going with it. The tower plating has expired, which makes the Rift Herald a little bit worse. So now pretty much all you're trying to do with the Rift Herald is maybe get the mid lane turret to try to free up, but Solus has done such a good job of pressuring the mid lane. His turret's pretty much at full HP. So there's probably no way that King Freezies can actually get the Rift Herald to take that turret unless somehow McMaster gets some sort of team fight in the mid lane and are able to pop it then.
Now Dragon is about to come up in a few seconds, so we're going to look to see a team fight around there. I believe it is a Mountain Drake yet again. We saw a lot of them in the last game. It's going to be RIT pressuring up this bot lane currently, and this is going to be very favorable for them transitioning into the Dragon play. Solus is actually getting caught out right now by the Shockwave, going to be picked up by the Skarner, and his life is going to fall right now. He isn't able to secure the trade kill onto the Orianna.
Yeah, we said how crazy Solus was pressuring that mid lane, but that point he plays a little too far up, and as I said, Green Freezy's popping the Rift Herald in the mid lane. They might get a huge chunk of that tower out, and Stiletta and Kazeme weren't able to get that bot tower, so now it actually might be the first tower going over to McMaster.
That tower is not falling very fast, but they have the zoning capable for getting RIT away from it. Looks like the RIT's bot lane is just going to engage in already, getting both the summoners out of the Orianna right now. Valen teleports in a very dangerous place, as well as the Vladimir getting that double TP out. The turret is about to fall, but it's not gone yet. RIT is defending this as they should be. It's just going to be the defense. No kills over either team.
Yeah, both TPs coming out from Segusa and Ayo with Django, and now it's actually going to look for a re-engage.
This could be a kill onto the Skarner, but he is currently pretty tanky. I'm not sure if RIT can get the amount of damage that they need off quite yet, but they do get Dragon Pressure now. They're going to start it up, I believe, getting that Skarner zone away from him, getting the pressure that he wants. Valen is actually going to be probably caught out here by the Syndra collapsing onto him. He's going to be scissored, and Diminish is taking half health just by a single Q. Solis' damage flashing onto Venerated. He's going to be taken super low as the Vladimir falls as well. RIT finding 2 kills, and this is going to be their dragon as well.
Solis' damage was nuts. 1 Q, and the ult from Diminish completely obliterates him, almost takes out Venerated, forces out the cleanse from him, and then demolishes AOS Django. That was a great play from Solis, and just as the Shockwave and True Shot Barrage came up, I mean, that was a great play from RT. Great pick from Solis. He's putting so much pressure, and he gets 2 picks right there, and for that, they secure the mountain, and they secure the mid lane turret.
And the minions in the bottom lane also secured the bottom lane outer turret for RIT. So now they're going to have more open areas to pressure the map. They could look for an early Baron, perhaps. Not sure if it's as much of an issue for McMaster to deal with as the previous games, but still, that was a huge trade in favor of RIT, and they're getting back to the state where they have this advantage going into the mid game. It's really working out in their favor, or it's going to work out in their favor.
And we see QSS coming out from Solis. So obviously, very good strong against Skarner. I mean, honestly, that's like one of the only things I see him getting picked by. I mean, he has so much damage, and he's able to control such a huge amount of area around him that he's going to be able to be able to kite anything now.
Now, at this point in the game, RIT is going to be looking for the pressure in the top side of the map, trying to get that last outer turret, or perhaps look for the mid-inner turret, get the pressure that they need to pressure up the Baron. Stiletto is actually going to be making a trade with Valen right now, but Diminish is right behind him. He's going to play a little passive there. Chana doesn't really have that pressure, though.
Ooh.
Solis being caught out a little bit by the Shockwave, but Infiltrator's there to prevent any sort of notable engage. Diminish as well is being forced out quite a bit. He's going to have to run away. Stiletto is getting a lot of pressure down. This Sivir moves so fast and does so much damage now. So no kills over quite yet, but all in all, RT does get the pressure that they need around the Baron.
Yeah, that Skarner Orianna combo is so strong, but unfortunately Solis is just so far ahead that he just doesn't care. He just chunks and one-shots anyone he wants at this point in the game, and Infiltrator backing him up is just such a strong... I don't think anyone can take him down without risking anything.
Segusa is even completely invincible in the side lane now. This Vladimir can absolutely not kill out this Cho'Gath at this point in the game. He's already got his Abyssal Mask completed, so that's the main magic resist threat that's really going to be messing up any chance of the McMaster lineup taking out this Cho'Gath. He's already so unbelievably tanky. Solis is actually going to be caught out yet again, but he does have his QSS. The Shockwave misses as well. That's a huge cooldown burn. Diminish getting bursted out by Solis. That's a pick for RIT when it looked like it was going to be a pick for McMaster.
Yeah, Diminish didn't recognize that Solis had bought... I guess all of McMaster, they didn't recognize Solis had bought in his QSS, so... Great QSS from Solis, and so Diminish thinks he's a little too safe and he walks up too far, and then the rest of RT is just right there, and Solis, because he has the QSS, just walks up and ults right in Diminish's face and takes him down. So 0-3 on that Janna is just not looking very strong, and RT has come back, and they were down about 2k earlier, but now they're up about 2k, so great stuff here by RT. And a difference from that game one, we had AOS Django on that Vladimir, right? And Segusa had tried to counterpick that Rumble, and he was doing good, and then he ends up getting outscaled by the Vladimir. But this time we have the Cho'Gath, and being even on Cho'Gath with Vladimir Vladimir's just not able to kill Cho'Gath, and so there's so much pressure coming out from Sagusa just because Ao's Django's not able to kill him at all. He does pick up a Void Staff, though, in a desperation buy just to try to get any pressure onto Sagusa.
Next dragon that's going to be coming up is an Infernal Drake, so we're going to have to see which team is going to opt in to go for this Infernal Drake first. If RIT has the necessary pressure around the Baron, I can see them looking to pick up the Infernal Drake and transitioning into a Baron. But if McMaster go for either of these objectives, they won't come out alive. There's no way they win a fight right now against RIT's lineup, especially with Solus being so strong and all the ward coverage already being in favor of RIT.
And this is where we see the problems of the Skarner pick, right? Your only two targets are going to be almost always Solus and Stiletta. But Solus has a QSS and Stiletta has a spell shield, and they're going to go on
That's
Valen.
a flash engage by Kizame onto Valen, but he's able to get out of there thanks to his flash and E. Kizame is taken very low. That's actually the kill going over to the
They actually
Ezreal.
kill him. Predator's coming out.
That is the Predator, but RIT still has a lot to get away with. This Skarner is still very separated from the team, and the RIT solo laners are pushing up. Infiltrator's probably going to lose his life here as he's taken so low already. There's the kill over. Now McMaster is going to pressure up this Baron. RIT still has their solo laners up, though, as well as Stiletta able to do some damage and push the McMaster lineup away from the Baron. And now we see Solus and Sagusa roaming up towards their Stiletta having to burn his flash. I think he's still going to fall over due to the auto attack from Venerated. Solus is possibly going to be caught out now as AS Django flashes over, and there's the missed flash. So many members are so low on the side of McMaster, but this is going to be a team fight win for them. They might not be able to secure the Baron here as they're so low, but all in all, one fight.
That was disastrous for RIT. They try to go in for the Alistar pick onto Valen, but it doesn't work out. He's just able to E and flash away, gets the pick on Kizeme, and then the rest of RIT is just scattered, and so they get picked off one by one. They're forced to have to stop the Baron, but they're going to get an Infernal anyway for their troubles, and this is a huge swing in tempo. Now you have the Orianna, the Ezreal, and the Vladimir both with huge power spikes now.
They are hitting their power spikes. The Ezreal isn't quite as strong as Sivir at this point, and it looks like he's actually opting into a Bork to deal with the tanks instead of the Hextech Gunblade or, the Archangel Staff as we're used to seeing on this Ezreal build. I think it's smart for him to go more towards the AD threat than the AP-AD hybrid threat. So it's a smart build path right now. But all in all, that was a great fight for McMaster, and they were able to get a lot of gold back towards their team. I think if RIT still fight 5v5, they can still very easily win fights at the moment. Sure, the gold lead is very slightly in favor of McMaster with about 1k on their side, but right now RIT still has so much damage on Solus, so much team fight damage on Stiletta, and if they have a lot of the peel that they need for these carries, with the Cho'Gath, with the Infiltrator, no, with the Sejuani. Sejuani's gone now, so that's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Infiltrator just getting a bit tilted after that one, ends up rage quitting out of the game.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, GG, everybody. That's it. That's the end. We'll see you next time. We'll check in a second just to find out what's going on with this pause. Seems like lag issues.
It's another lag issue. So that entire team fight wait, that was just because of lag.
Yeah, it was just because of lag. The RIT, they're such an amazing team. They can only lose anything due to lag. Worcester, Ontario, they lost that game due to lag.
Yeah, they lost the game because of lag. They just didn't feel like pausing the game. So
yeah, they didn't feel like pausing the game.
But this time it's playoffs, so they're like, all right, we have to pause the game this time if we're lagging.
We actually have to try this time. So, this is just going as kind of a compliment over to McMaster. They've got to try, so they're pausing because McMaster they proved themselves as a good team. That first game was so well executed by them. So this lag excuse can't really pull out for too long.
Yeah, and this is just like every other game. Again, RIT getting a good early game lead and then making a mistake in that mid-game shot calling, and now it is McMaster capitalizing on that, doing a great job of exploiting those weak rotations from RIT, and now they're back in this game for sure. And I think even though, yeah, RIT's team fight is still very strong, I do think that the side of McMaster is just so strong right now with all of that gold they got, all of those shutdowns they got. I think the Orianna is huge right now, and of course the Vladimir is still scaling, and it's just really I think it's just really good on the side of McMaster right now.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have some favor going into a possible Baron fight very soon, but RIT still does have their team fight pressure, so it's going to be interesting seeing if McMaster can land their priority ultimates and get their primary engages on. If the Vladimir can get into the backline and pull out of his damage, or if the Orianna Venerated can get a nice 4 or 5 man shockwave, then these team fights can highly be in their favor. But it's really dependent on them getting these favored fights in these very specific scenarios where they have the damage, have the positioning, and have the engage necessary to win.
And it looks like we're still going to be in this pause, so going to be a little more time waiting. But as we're waiting here, I'm just wondering, like, how does RIT come back from that deficit that they just did? Oh, no, actually, we are going to get back here. Pause just happened now, so we're looking like we're going to get into this Baron dance pretty soon.
It's definitely the Baron dance coming up. A lot of summoners are still down for RIT. Notably, the flashes on both the carries on RIT's lineup are down, and this is going to be huge for Vladimir to be able to pop off in these fights, as he does have teleport, so he's going to be able to get in there. Infiltrator's actually caught out a bit right now as Skarner ult lands onto him. He has the ability to get out of there as Kazema gets into the back line. Sagusa and Solus are behind the McMaster lineup, though. So much damage by Stiletta. Huge crit onto Diminish right there as the fight is still split up. Infiltrator is getting caught out a little bit right here as Kazeme falls over to the Vladimir ultimate, as well as Infiltrator dying out. But Solus turns around with his ultimate, lands a huge stun out. This is McMaster falling so low as Stiletta is still up. He's going to fall, though. Vladimir getting more damage out. Solus is the last man standing without any mana. This is probably going to be Baron over for McMaster.
What a disastrous play for RIT. Getting freezies, I think they went a little bit too hard, but unfortunately RIT kind of messes up their punish for that, and so it's just McMaster was just able to completely swipe the floor with RIT there. RIT had just dished out their damage so unevenly that all of these players are so low, and it's just they weren't able to finish anybody off except for Diminished going down to Baron, but it's just, I mean, I don't know. That team fight looked like it should have gone in the favor of RIT, but I think a little bit of a micro misplay from each player kind of made it swing into the favor of McMaster, and now they have Baron. That's another team fight one. They're so unbelievably ahead now, I think, with the 5k gold lead with Baron. I think this might be close to this might be going to a game 5 soon.
We might see our fake silver scrapes hopes alive, and despite that Baron being taken, we get to see another member of McMaster falling to the prey that is the PvE game, as Diminished did fall to the Baron right there, loses his Baron buff, and we got to see Django playing his PvE game in the last game, just farming up a ton with his Tryndamere, but now the PvE is not what they want to play. They need to play this PvP. They need to win these fights and finish out this game. They do have the lead that they need right now. They do have these team fights. It's an attempted steal on that blue buff. Nice proto belt, but no success.
Yeah, and Stiletta's just doing so much damage, but unfortunately in that fight he was able to get so much damage, but it's just they weren't able to teammates just were not able to set up a good fight for him, and so not able to get as much damage as he would have liked, not able to clean up all those low players. So I think the name of the game right now is RIT needs to try to set up for their carries.
They need to be focusing these targets into fights. They can't be so spread out and so picked apart across the board. People just getting separated entirely and no one really falling to just an outright burst by RIT's damage and CC is not what they need. It's not what they're getting, and it's not what they need to have. They need to focus down someone, anyone, to get a kill out. If the Skarner walks up too far, just burst him. He is tanky, but he's not tanky enough to survive all the damage that you have.
Ooh, they're going to look for a pick.
It could be a pick onto the Vladimir right now, as he's forced to burn both his ultimate and his flash. That's actually very huge for RIT's fight potential, as the Vladimir is such a huge threat in the backline. This is just going to be base defense against the Baron buff. Sagusa having to defend against the Vladimir yet again. Flashbacks to game 1 as Kisame is walking up here as well. It's going to force the Vladimir away, but at what cost? RIT loses their inner turret. They're going to have to defend the mid lane still right now.
RIT trying to defend as best as they can. I mean, Cho'Gath not having much kill pressure towards the Vladimir. He was just able to get so much damage on that inhib turret. And now, because of this Baron buff, RIT is having so much trouble clear this waves. All they have is Solas and Stiletta to clear the waves. So whatever they decide to go to, they just send AoH Jungle to the other side, or they pressure with the teammates on the other, on whichever they don't go. And it's just going to be so much turret damage coming out from McMaster here.
RIT just needs to really look to farm up and get this Baron out of here so they can try to get a fight back. The Ocean Drake is up, so I would expect McMaster to go for that as soon as their Baron runs out, as they're going to lose out on some of their siege pressure. It looks like they're rotating there right now, but still, RIT just needs to farm up a little bit, get some more Magic Pen onto their mid laner, and even perhaps more shred onto their ADC. Currently, a lot of Stiletta's build is built into mostly utility, with the QSS trying to get him out of these fights, and the Executioner's Calling trying to diminish the healing potential by the Vladimir and the Janna.
Yeah, when you play against that Vladimir, when you play against that Skarner, you have to build Grievous Wounds, you have to build the QSS, so both carries are forced onto those items, so maybe they're going to lack a little bit more than you think, but Stiletta, once he gets that third crit item, though, looking like he probably will do even more damage. But, I mean, that Skarner is getting very tanky, and that Vladimir is going to be so oppressive.
Even then, at this point in the game, Cho'Gath is starting to get unbelievably tanky as well. So if RIT can get these front-to-back fights, then I could see them winning the fight. I could see them being able to shred away frontline champions, or even the backline, if they can ward up and prevent Vladimir from getting a good flank off. Then I definitely see them with potential to win these fights despite their 6k gold deficit at the moment. But Infiltrator's up a little far right now. He could be picked off by the Skarner. That is the ultimate coming out. RIT does have their front-to-back lineup, though, as both the solo laners on McMaster are away. This is a lot of damage from the Syndra getting diminished down already. Valen is going to fall as well, as 4 members of RIT are already onto him. AOS Django teleports in, but he cannot 1v5. He does have damage, but he doesn't have that much damage. He's going to be CC'd up. Huge shockwave catches out Infiltrator. Also picks up the kill onto Kisame. Stiletta flashes away from the damage dealers. This is going to be an even trade so far. Looks like just a 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big question mark coming from McMaster. I mean, you have AOS Django in the top lane, you have Venerate in the bot lane, and you're trying to look for a pick when they're all mid on Infiltrator. They don't have any burst on him. All they have is Valen, but Valen's just not going to be, there's no way Valen's going to be able to burst Infiltrator, and so they get the turnaround onto the bot lane, but unfortunately they weren't able, RIT wasn't able to get anything going. Once AOS Django and Venerated came around, they got Infiltrator and Kazeme got bursted, and Stiletta and Solas kind of got zoned by Venerated, and so they weren't able to get any trade kills, and even though they got the pick, it wasn't able to, there should have been more kills. I feel like that should have went on to RIT.
RIT has now spotted out the Baron. Sagusa teleports in. We're going to be seeing a 5v5 fight. Django has an excellent flank position set up. If he can get onto the Stiletta right now, he gets it. An Infiltrator steals away the Baron, but they're all falling so low already. Skarner is also low as well, but RIT just wants to look to get out of here as they are already so unbelievably low. This could be an ace, and this could actually even be the game over for McMaster. 4 of them are still alive. They do not have the Baron, but they do have the numbers.
And it's just like that game 1. AOS Django on the Vladimir, that lane game fight, he goes right into the back line of RIT, and he just completely burst out Stiletta, and Stiletta's just not able to get anything going in that fight, and so they were lacking so much damage. That's half of their main damage, and so AOS Django just carrying this game again, and now we are going to a game 5.
What a well-played fight there by the McMaster lineup. They didn't get the Baron, but they got what they needed to end the game. So it's going to be even up the series 2-2 right now. We're going to head into a short break and do a little bit of analysis after that, but we're definitely looking for this very close series end as we close out this fourth match of the set. This You didn't hear anything. But we're back and ready to analyze that last game. RIT fall into McMaster in game number 4, and we're heading into the good old Silver Scrapes number 5 right now. But how do you think this one's going to play out?
I mean,
after that last game?
I think anything's possible at this point. I think that both of these teams are just it's a slugfest for these two teams. I mean, after that jungle change though, variation changing they subbed out to Ginfreezy's. He played so good that game too. And so I think this new pace of the jungle from coming out from McMaster was a game changer for them. So now RT gets one game to sort of adjust to that new jungler coming in, and if they can adapt to that, I think they can definitely take this. But I think this can definitely be anyone's game for sure. This is game point, game 5 playoffs, and for CLoL, and I mean it's gonna be this. It's this game could be the end for either of these teams.
Yep, and it's definitely still the end for Jarvan 4 as he's banned out for the 5th game in a row. Same for Lux.
And will we see the Cassiopeia?
No more Demacia, actually. So, yeah, I would expect to see very similar bans. Maybe RIT opts into a Vladimir ban again.
I think they still go the Zillion, but I think they have to ban the Vladimir this time around. If not, maybe they try to draft around it if they let it go through, but it's going to be very hard. So, yeah, as we expected, another Cassiopeia ban. It's looking like probably going to still be a Zillion ban. Yep.
The first pick is still on the table for McMaster right now. So if RIT doesn't ban one of these picks that they've been struggling against quite a bit, then I would assume it would just be first pick up by McMaster. I don't think RIT has really proved that they've had a viable answer for this Vladimir. Perhaps the Yorick is a good favorable matchup for it, but at the same time, they could just be banned. Yeah,
they're going to ban the Yorick, so I would not be surprised to see a Vladimir ban, and there it is. So pretty much every ban, pretty much exactly what we expected. The Yorick ban maybe the only thing a little bit unexpected, but now it looks like we're probably just going to get a Sivir or Ezreal here, maybe a mid laner Orianna, but we're 10 seconds on the clock.
It could also be, you got it right with the Orianna. I was going to say it could also be a potential jungle pick. I'm not sure if RIT is really going to prioritize that. This game, when they did prioritize the jungle, it did work out for them, but at the same time, they've been finding a lot of success with the Ezreal. I think Ezreal, does he have 100% win rate in the series? I can't recall. We can check that really fast.
I'm gonna check the stats real quick.
RIT does pick up that first pick on the Ezreal. I think we could see a little bit more of a safe pick, maybe a flex pick here for the second rotation for them. So RIT is opting into possibly one of the comps that they played a lot more often with the Ezreal and the Thresh. They're definitely favorable champions for them. I kind of expect to see a Sivir Morgana lane drafted in here for McMaster yet again. I think it's good into the Thresh, although they didn't really play it so well against the last time they played against Ezreal Thresh. I think it's still a smart pickup for them to go with. Ooh, that's also interesting. We might actually
see a Lucian.
No,
it's just going to be the
Killjoy.
It's just going to be the Morgana that we've seen multiple times at the beginning of the set, actually being banned out the last, I believe, 2 games by RIT.
I think it was only the last game.
Maybe just the last game, but they're gonna.
No, it was the last 2 games.
They're gonna take it now,
right.
So that's a pretty strong pick into that Thresh. I think we might see maybe the Sivir pick, or actually it's gonna be a Kai'Sa.
That's a new pick for this series. The Kai'Sa, she has fallen a little bit more off the radar as of late, but she's still a fairly strong champion. She's able to get into more favorable trades very soon and try to get picks a lot more optimally for her team. She can gap close extremely far thanks to her ultimate.
Might see a Zoe or a Syndra here, I think.
could just be RIT's jungle pick,
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Nocturne is something that they're used to playing, and it synergizes extremely well with the Ezreal. I'd like to see how they draft up this top lane and mid lane now, as they have left their counter picks available. They do have the mid lane counter pick as an option. Or, since they do know AO, it's Django, has been the big carry threat, they could just opt in for the counter pick to save for the last.
Yeah, they're going to be very confident on this Nocturne pick. I'm surprised they haven't busted it out before, but it's going to be that now. So they're going to take off the Nunu. It looks like the ban might be targeted at the mid lane. They might be a Syndra ban or a Zoe ban here, actually.
I could see it definitely being a mid lane ban and possibility. That's actually a no ban right there.
Ooh, I
Probable
think that might be
mistake.
scuffed. I don't know. I'm not sure if they're just going to say what they banned or not.
That could be scuffed right there. I think that could be also showing a little bit of indecision on the McMaster lineup.
Yeah, maybe they were trying to talk about banning multiple things. Maybe they were looking at the Zoe or the Syndra. Maybe they were trying to ban they were trying to ban one of Segusa's top laners. It's actually gonna be an Ivern ban. Maybe King Freezy's new jungler plays some Ivern stuff.
That could be true. He did play the Skarn on the last game, which is a little strange of a pick. The patch only came out a few days ago, so there hasn't been much practice there. And it's just going to be a conclusion Rumble ban for McMaster. I think that's smart since they have lost their Vladimir counter pick there.
Yep.
RIT is going to get their mid lane pick
Ooh.
perhaps right here. I think Vladimir would be pretty good into Orianna. It has been
They
picked
banned
before.
it.
What?
They banned Vladimir.
Yeah, I'm saying. No, I was saying how Vladimir isn't an option for a counter pick right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, did I say? I might have said Vladimir instead of Victor.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
wrong
yeah.
V champion. I meant to say Victor, but he's good into Orianna. He's able to clear waves very effectively. I believe RIT actually picked the Victor the last time they saw an Orianna picked into
I think
them.
they picked Victor against UMBC, I want to say.
Yeah.
So they decided not to go for the Zoe or the Syndra. So, Victor, though, pretty good champ, I think, in that mid lane versus the Orianna. And actually, ooh.
That could be a steal away right there. I've seen that Segusa has actually been playing quite a bit of Kennen this season, as the champion is still very strong in team fights, and with the help of champions like Nocturne, it can get really good flanks off. But at the same time, AO, it's Django. He really loves these AP flanks. He played the
Yeah.
Vladimir so many times, and Kennen does the same thing.
RIT does save that counter pick yet again for Segusa in the top lane, so we might see maybe something like maybe a Jace. It's gonna be actually the Cho'Gath again, so he wants to go for that counter AP range again. So we'll say, I think it worked out pretty decently in lane, but unfortunately the rest of the map wasn't good for that mid game transition. So Segusa wasn't really able to get anything going because he kept getting bursted down. But I feel like in this game, he might be able to get a bit more done.
I think part of the issue RIT has been having with these top lane AP flanks is that they don't have the necessary ward coverage before the fights where these flanks are actually happening. So if they can play this vision a little bit better than previous matches, then I think they can conquer this Django backline threat that he's proved so effective on so far this series.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty standard jungle pick, though, by McMaster. They're going to pick up the Sejuani. Game Freeze is playing the Skarner last team. Actually not going to opt for it. So they're just going to pick the Sejuani. Pretty standard pick. So up against that Nocturne, though, it's pretty even. I mean, both probably just going to be farming early on, not really doing too much. But once those level 6 mid-game rolls around, it's definitely going to be pretty explosive by both of these junglers.
Definitely will be. I'm looking forward to how the mid lane is actually going to go about. So far, Solus has just completely outperformed his counterpart in this series. He's just had so much pressure, so much damage. Sometimes he can get a little bit overzealous with his leads and go for plays that are a little bit too overextended for him. But I love his Victor pick because giving him the opportunity to one-shot champions and poke people out, just like he can do with Syndra and Zoe, is just exactly what he likes to do with his mid lane role. I think as well with Victor, he has a lot more mobility to work with. that the other two champions have not really had. So I really like this pick right now, and it's especially good into dealing with Sejuani, because you can just Q him, get your movement speed away, or just be able to dodge out on a lot of his abilities, a lot of his skill shots that Glacial Prison isn't going to be able to land as easily onto a Victor who's moving really fast with a cleanse as well.
Yeah, these Nocturnals also going to be pretty crucial. I think the main thing here is going to be trying to deter AOH Django's cannon flanks here. I mean, that champ can be so explosive and just completely end a team fight right when it starts. And so I think that'll be a huge thing for RIT to watch out for in this mid game, which I think they can do with a Nocturnal if executed correctly, though it is a pretty hard thing to execute.
It is hard to execute, but RIT has proven to be a strong team at utilizing Nocturne throughout this entire season so far. They had played it with Mass Zero. They've played it with Infiltrator. They've known that this champion can just create such good fight pressure as well as Baron pressure. He prevents Smite steals extremely well with the Paranoia. He's able to get so much off of just removing all vision coverage on a map. So I think as well, having the Nocturne to disable vision for a possible flank from AOS Django is going to be absolutely huge in this match.
Yeah, and of course you have so many ways of kiting that cannon. You know, you have the Victor shield able to soak up some damage and the speed up. You have Stiletta able to eat away. You have Kazemi able to lock him up, maybe lantern some away. Cho'Gath, of course, going to be able to tank it up. Nocturne going to be able to kind of mess up their engage, deny some vision. So even though it's a very hard composition to execute, I think that RIT definitely is able to do this. But when you look on the side of McMaster, of course, they obviously have options to be able to end this game and win fights. So either team, you know, game point. This is a game 5 of a series. Both of these teams have gone back and forth. Now, this is the point in the series where mental fortitude becomes crucial. Who can last longer mentally? You know, who has more mental stamina? Who has more mental strength? Because at this point, so much has gone into these games. These players have to be so exhausted playing for so long.
Exhausted casting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long time. I think we're over 4 hours into this stream, and this is where they have to lay down everything. I mean, who's gonna finish strong? You know, who's gonna keep running past the finish line? That's what this game is about. And both of these teams want to go further into this playoff run. They both worked so hard to get here, and now this is it. Game 5, CLoL, RIT versus McMaster. Let's go.
This could be an early game fight. I'm actually kind of surprised that the cannon opted for the E start. I've never actually seen that before.
Maybe he kind of panicked, but oh, great hook.
A great hook lands onto Venerated, but it's not going to result in anything other than a little bit of damage coming down. Diminish also taken to about half health. It's actually some gold in advantage of RIT right now. They're able to get some of the Kleptomancy stacks down, and so Stiletta is going to have a very, very, very minimal gold lead already in this game.
He gets a sight ward though.
Look at this gold advantage. 5.
They get a 5 gold lead with that Klepto stack. Also the ward he got. So very different start from both teams though. Every single game we've seen just a fan out, but that time both teams decided to go a little aggressive. But one thing to note, AOS Django starting E first, so kind of a bit weird, but Sagusa going to be able to capitalize on that a little bit, kind of just relieve a little pressure just because not having that Q poke early, level 1.
Yep, he can just opt into playing the early game a little bit safe. I don't think Django is going to be able to really get match out of that Kleptomancy without having the Q up, but the E is still good for dodging away from ruptures and such. I don't think Cho'Gath is really looking to do anything with rupture this early into the game, so I highly doubt that E-Start is really going to give AOS Django any sort of lead.
Yeah, as we saw right there, Sagusa just able to E the creeps, able to sustain. I mean, when you take out those first 2 melee minions when they're all low with the E, you just heal like 50 HP, so Django not having that Q just relieves up so much damage from Segusa, so he's just able to sustain through those autos early on.
Now, Infiltrator actually roams into the enemy red side jungle, trying to look for. No,
oh wait, red side.
It's a
wait,
red side jungle.
I keep thinking he's playing Sejuani. He
Sorry,
just plays Sejuani so much.
I was speaking the buff thing, so that's the red side. It's the blue team red buff. Anyways, Infiltrator isn't actually going to be finding a red buff there, so he's going to miss out on a red buff early and perhaps get triple buffed by the Sejuani. Infiltrator, I believe, was also spotted out on a ward that was placed by the red buff. I'm not sure if it expired quite yet. But this is actually going to be pretty huge for King Freaks, or Freecies. I really don't know.
King Freecies is pinging that red buff on the side of RIT, so that's what he's going to be taking out. But actually, Segusa taking a trade. They might get a gank onto him, though.
They could get a gank. There's plenty of CC, but Infiltrator's looking for another end. The bot lane, the flame misses, and that's a ton of damage onto Kazeme. That's a kill over to McMaster, exactly what they want.
Yeah, that's so painful to watch. He hits a great hook, but completely whiffs a flay, and that's just, that's what we were talking about. That's that mental fortitude, and I think Kazeme slipping a little bit in that area, just missing something as easy as that is just so disastrous to hear. They also give up the first blood to Kai'Sa. Really unfortunate.
It's going to be so huge for her laning phase. Kai'Sa isn't really known for having quite the best matchup into things like Ezreal and Lucian. She loses out on damage unless she can find those isolated Qs or just previous CC landing for her to get a high damage W on. But this is going to be extremely beneficial for the early game of McMaster. RIT is going to need to look for just to get a little bit more back into this game. And actually, as we saw the Sejuani King Freaks look for the top lane gank, he actually misses out on stealing that red. So Infiltrator is actually able to even up this jungle and actually get a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, only a little bit of a CS lead. I guess the XP is going to be a little more influential right here. Honestly, I think both of these junglers want to get 6 first as fast as possible. So Infiltrator getting that jungle camp advantage is super huge. Because once he gets that 6 button, he's going to want to go to a lane, and he's going to want to get a kill with that ultimate. But now it's just going to be farm lane in the mid lane, bot lane just kind of poking each other out. But Venerated is low on mana, so he might have to back soon, and Solus going to have to stay.
Segusa actually has a little bit of a XP lead right now top. It's kind of surprising going into melee versus ranged and actually have a bit of an advantage.
I think it's just because he pushed up that way.
I think it was just the wave push up. But all in all, I think Segusa does have a very favorable time right now in this lane. Normally it wouldn't be quite as favored, but he's doing an excellent job at playing into this ranged matchup yet again. I don't really like playing Kennen into a lot of tanks. He isn't super bad into tanks, but it can prove challenging to have to burn through that entire health pool. You can't really find too many solo kills, which is a very favorable thing for me to do. But Segusa is actually finding a lot of damage onto Django right now. It's just going to be about an even trade in terms of health, but
King Freecies is coming up though, but not going to get anything going. We saw Solus pushing up that mid lane with that dematerializer, really good stuff. Venerated not having the mana to push it back up, so loses a bit of CS, but still even in the long run. And now it's going to actually still be Soletta up again, even though, once again, Vaylin does get a kill early. Soletta still has the CS lead, so they're going to want to try to come back here, get those Klepto stacks, get the out CS, and that's what they're trying to do here.
Was a bit of a hiccup earlier on there by Kazeme, but RT's bot lane has proved to be extremely strong in the 2v2,
Ooh.
so they're actually able to find a hook, but Black Shield blocks that out. That's exactly the counter pick of the Morgana into Thresh. RIT still has the pressure on in the bot side of the map though, as Infiltrator is looking to invade right now and perhaps steal away a red buff or at least get some deep wards down.
Yeah, if Infiltrator at 6, it might have actually been a kill there because Diminished was a little bit late on that Black Shield. Wasn't able to shield. I don't think he expected the Q to actually hit Vaylin, but it did, and so he is a little bit late. So I think if Infiltrator actually had his ult, I think there might have been a kill there. But unfortunately, Infiltrator does not. He might get 6 off of this blue buff, though, or at least just a few more camps for him. And so once he gets that 6, he's definitely going to be wanting to hard gank one of these lanes.
I'm somewhat expecting Infiltrator to just take his Krugs and hit 6 and either reset or go for a gank top. Because he does have the opportunity. He might know that this Ging Freezees is on the bot side of the map taking his Krugs. I'm not sure if they had the necessary information, but they can see that the Raptors are still up with a ward located around there. So if they spot out Ging at this current stage, we could see Infiltrator looking for a gank. I do believe he's just going to reset though.
Yeah, that BF sword on Valine is just allowing him to actually trade pretty well with Stiletta, and now they're going to get shoved into the tower. Might miss a few CS, but it's going to be Infiltrator hitting the level 6, but still power farming his red side, so maybe he tries to look for something mid lane, but they know that Ging Freezy is on that bot side river. They spot him out the ward, going to his red side. Looks like he might just be going around, but looks like Infiltrator's looking for something.
That's a hook landing onto the AD carry from McMaster. A bunch of damage already coming down. Infiltrator flashing in to follow up with his fear. That's going to be the kill onto Valen, as Diminish is also falling very low. This could be Infiltrator falling due to the soul soil. So hook lands onto the mid laner of McMaster, and currently Stiletta is a little bit caught out right now. He's going to be collapsed on. He can get out of there with his E. A little bit of a trade on the top side, but I don't think we're going to see a kill up there either.
Yeah, great pick there by RIT. McMaster stepping up a little too far, and they get picked by Kazeme, and now maybe RIT's a little up too far.
I'm not sure if they're up too far quite yet. They do have the pressure advantage, and Stiletta can just E out if it turns out that McMaster is going to look for a fight. But currently the Sejuani is actually 2 levels behind, which is absolutely huge in this matchup, because if the Nocturne can hit his 6 early enough, he gets that early gank, and his first ult almost always results in a kill. Right. Almost always.
As I was saying earlier, it's going to be the level 6 for the junglers, and Infiltrator getting 6 well before Gang Freezy, so able to get that great pick on the Valine, and now actually a little bit of a trade going on. Age Jungle trying to get some vision information going on in the jungle, but just walks away over the blast cone. Gonna be Infiltrator, just farming up a little bit more. His ult is almost back up, so he'll probably be looking for another ultimate down soon, but like I said, it's going to be pretty good here. Gang Freezy finally does get 6 though, so he might look for some sort of play or counter gank coming out.
He's still about 3 camps behind Infiltrator right now, and Infiltrator is just going to continue to snowball this lead a little bit as he does have more camps to farm, and he's going to have the opportunity to get a gank off very soon. If Gang Freezy can find the counter gank, then perhaps he can get a little bit back into the game and close the gap a slight bit. But as it stands, Infiltrator's pretty far ahead at the moment.
Yeah, he does have his jungle item already with some boots and the stopwatch, so even when he ults in a bad position, we'll be able to use the stopwatch. So very good stuff here. They're going to look for a bot lane, but both junglers are in that bot lane right now, so it's going to be an interesting fight here.
There's the Paranoia coming out. Bunch of damage Ari onto the Kaisa as she is going to fall. Valen loses his life. Infiltrator's taking very low. Forces stopwatch. What a hook by Kazeme. Finds Diminish on the backside. Gets it around the corner, and that's 2 kills over
That was
RIT.
beautiful for RIT. Infiltrator goes in right on Valine. Unfortunately, they did not have enough damage or counteraction to get Valine out, and so the ultimate comes out from Stiletta. Infiltrator is able to cut him down, and then they finish off Diminish right after that. Kazeme with an amazing hook, weaving it right around Gang Freezy, able to pick off Diminish, and now that is 2 kills on the bot lane of RIT, and that is also going to be a Mountain Drake, so that is a great swing of momentum for RIT. Kazeme refocusing himself after dying early, level 2. He's going to be able to come back and get those kills, and now it's going to be a different story for RIT in this game. Still pretty even all in all though, but Infiltrator is going to be definitely ahead.
He's definitely had 2 kills currently on his advantage. He has a jungle item and a BF sword above his opponent, who hasn't even finished his Cinder Hulk yet. I believe the Cinder Hulk costs a little bit less than Warrior Enchantment as well, if I'm not...
Only a tiny bit, I think.
It's a very small amount. So this is just going to show how far ahead Infiltrator is. He's about 22 CS up as well. So if we take a quick look at the gold lead, he's sitting about 1.4 thousand up on his opponent.
Actually, is Warrior more? I don't even know. I main jungle. I don't know. They feel like they're the same cost.
They could be. I don't know. Riot tries to make them built that around the same time.
I'm just gonna... 170. That sells for 175. I think Warrior's slightly more then.
Yeah. Stiletta is actually going for a good trade right now in the bot lane, as that W misses out by the Kai'Sa, makes that trade more so in RIT's favor. So this is just going to be pressure for the Ezreal to push in the lane, perhaps get a little bit of a CS advantage. He finally got his Sheen, so his damage is going to be a little bit more on par with what he should be getting at this point in the game. But overall, RIT come back a little bit after having a little bit of a struggle earlier on.
Yeah, the bot lane is doing a lot better, but when you look on the side of McMaster, we have Venerated actually up on CS on Solus, which is very surprising. Solus has been in control of this lane all set, but now it's Venerated on that Orianna, doing a bit better this game. He's pushing in very well, getting that CS lead. And then it's also It's Django in the top lane with the CS lead. So mid and top, slight CS on the side of on McMaster, but of course it's Infiltrator in the bot lane on the side of RIT with very convincing leads right now.
This could be another gank and perhaps a tower dive for RIT in the bot lane. That Q landing was actually pretty essential. It knocks the the support of McMaster down to about 50% health. That Morgana is just going to die upon being hit by anything. She's so low already, and RIT has so much early game damage.
But a great vision ward in the river from McMaster spots out Infiltrator. They've had him spot out for a decent amount, so that deep ward does so good against Nocturne, able to kind of figure out that ult, and they get Rift Herald, but now it's the roam from Venerated.
So RIT actually was able to find a couple turret plates before they fell at the 14-minute mark. The Rift Herald did go over to McMaster, but RIT got all their lanes shoved up, so there couldn't be any immediate play out by the Rift Herald to try going for a push. So RIT is going to have a little bit of safety for now, but they're going to want to look to track out this enemy jungler. Getting free seas is just going to be able to Rift Herald and possibly look for a turret, but
this could be a kill. Hook lands, and that's going to be it.
Venerated is going to be CC'd up. Taken down. He's so low on health. Infiltrator is going to fall as well. Kill going back over to Venerated as It's Django also falling very low. Currently a 1-for-1 trade, but RIT has the pressure that they need to get a little bit more damage down on this turret. Morgana is also really low as well, so I don't think there can be a fight back for this.
Yeah, that was a really good pick on a Venerated. There was a good hook, but the burst was a little bit low from the side of RIT. I mean, Venerated with a great shield, great flash, was able to live long enough where he got the shutdown onto Infiltrator. So that's actually a lot of gold going on over to Venerated, and RIT wasn't able to secure the tower. So it's looking like it's a pretty even trade there. Stiletta trying to get more damage on that bot side tower, but it's going to be somewhat of an even game right here still.
It's still quite an even game. The gold lead isn't really too substantial, although RIT's laners that should be ahead currently are doing a fairly good job at being ahead. Infiltrator being ahead in this game is a very large turn from the last game. Skarner was able to get a huge lead previously, and so being able to get a little bit ahead now is just proving that Infiltrator can still compete with this enemy jungler. It's not just variations that he can out-jungle, but he's proving in this game that he can out-jungle as well.
Yeah, Infiltrator's Nocturne is very good. This is one of the biggest comfort picks from RIT is the Nocturne. They've played this so much, as you were saying earlier, and it is showing itself right now to be a very strong pick, being, very far ahead, getting all of those early kills, early pressure, just launching his bot lane ahead. And now it's actually Solus in the mid lane, though, catching up in CS with Venerated.
That's actually huge for Stiletta right there, picking up solo turret, first
turret solo gold, huge.
And RIT also has the priority on the bot side of the map in terms of ward coverage. Another hook landing onto Venerated. This could be engaged here by RIT. There's a lot of damage already coming out. Kesame is going to be taken out. This Orianna is so low right now as Infiltrator also falls 1-for-1 trade so far, just like the last fight. But Solus in the backline takes out Ging Free Seas. Stiletta taken down very low as well. Ooh, that was a good stun up by Solus, but I think he's still going to fall here. He could possibly get a kill back, but no, he does get taken out by the Slicing Maelstrom of AO, it's Django.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good pick from RIT. They get the kill on the Venerated, they get the kill on the Ging, but AO, it's Django had TP advantage, and so he was able to TP down there and change that fight, so they were able to get some return kills that if Sagusa was able to teleport with Django, they probably weren't going to be able to get anything down.
No, RIT did get a lot of damage onto the top turret there thanks to Sagusa's free push, and he will have TP advantage in the next fight, so this could actually just be a solo kill here for Staletta, but no, he falls over due to the duo lane being grouped together, and this is going to be Rift Herald coming out in the mid lane for McMaster.
Staletta being a little too aggressive. He does have 2 items, the fully completed Mermana and the Trinity Force, but still a little too greedy there. Bailey was able to get help from Diminish, and they're going to get this turret off of that with this Rift Herald.
It's going to be a Rift Herald pushing a little bit further, but probably not going to be another turret being taken, as RT is going to be able to clear that out. Looks like AO, it's Django is trying to just keep Sagusa from having any opportunity to roam right there. He was positioning around to get any stun if RET decided to opt into a teleport, but it looks like we're going to actually get a fight by the Dragon right now. It's taken to about 2,000 health. The Shockwave misses Infiltrator. He's going to get onto the Sejuani. If they kill the Sejuani, that's no smite. Infiltrator steals away the Drake as the rest of RIT collapse down onto the McMaster lineup. That's the mid laner falling. RIT with 2 kills and the Dragon steal and bot lane pressure.
Big question mark coming out from the side of McMaster. I mean, I don't know what that was. I mean, they had to know that RIT was coming, and
ooh,
I don't know about that one.
It's Django could be caught out here as well. He was collapsed on, but nothing quite found yet.
Yeah, they get so punished for that. They have the Staletta ultimate to reveal the vision. They have Infiltrator coming in. He's so far ahead, able to just go in there, steal the Dragon, get the kills. Gang Phreesis is low. He's still not tanky. All he has is the Cinder Hulk. And so they just get punished so hard for that. And I think going back to this mental fortitude thing on Game 5, I think that they're kind of slipping on all sides. I mean, at the beginning it looked like RIT was kind of slipping mentally, but I think now it's kind of the side of McMaster just kind of being a little too, not thinking about what they're doing.
This is more of classic RIT in this series so far. They've taken all 3 outer turrets already versus just 1 falling for McMaster. So RIT is currently sitting up at about a 2,000 gold lead at this point in the game. Baron is going to be coming up, and we have normally been seeing fairly large amounts of fights happening around the early Baron pressure, around the 22-minute mark. Currently, RIT actually has 2 Mountain Drakes to try to pressure up the Baron as well. So if they can get onto it, they do have a lot of speed, and they do have a lot of secure with the opportunity to just feast it up with the Cho'Gath as well as just the general level advantage smite by Nocturne.
Yeah, they do have the 2 Mountain Drakes, but Ezreal and Victor, not the fastest takers of Baron. They're going to need a pretty advantageous numbers advantage to be able to take that. But they do have Sagusa, so it's looking like they're not, the side of McMaster definitely not going to be able to take it anytime soon. There's pretty much no way, but their goal is only going to be able to, it's only going to be to not allow RIT to take that.
True. RIT is just repositioning around the map right now, trying to get their vision coverage back. As Django did back right there, so RIT is going to have a little bit of time with a numbers advantage across the map to try to get their wards back around the Baron. That's Infiltrator DCing.
Infiltrator has left the game.
Another rage quit by him, knowing that he's getting so far ahead right now that he's just so angry at the enemy team for not performing up to his standards.
Oh my god. And yeah, it's just going to be another connection issue here, probably for the most part.
We'll check it out. We'll keep you informed, chat, as I click to open the chat. It's actually it's
not sure.
It's still more DC. They're not exactly sure what's going on. It could be internet issues from Infiltrator, but all in all, he's just going to try to reconnect, and we're going to have a few minutes to look into how the rest of this match is going to play out. How the next 5 minutes, at least, will play out.
Yeah, and I mean, these connection issues are just a little weird. I don't know. They don't really understand what's going on, but we're going to try to get Infiltrator back in here. Hopefully that gets resolved. Definitely want Definitely would be a heartbreaker for something to happen because of connection issues. RIT, though, they're looking very strong. Infiltrator has played so well, even with his lag. It's just outmaneuvering. He definitely out-jungled King Freeze's that early game. That was just so great. He was up several camps, able to counter-jungle. Even because the big thing was when King Freeze's was not able to trade red buffs, because he took a little bit long. He was hovering around the top. So because Infiltrator was getting all those camps, gave him such a good advantage. And now he's still 2 levels ahead. 5, 2, and 3. 100% kill participation from Infiltrator. I gotta say, this is one scary Nocturne.
It's also 100% kill participation by Kazeme right now. This Thresh has been roaming across the map, setting up plays along with Infiltrator. Those two have been playing together for a very long time, working together to try to get this team into the next round of playoffs. But right now, it's still looking a little bit iffy. The game could still swing either way as we're approaching the big team fight sections of the match. We've seen that this is the area where the match can fully turn around just from previous matches in this series.
Yeah, McMaster still has such an explosive team fight. With the scaling, they're for sure still in this.
Can definitely still opt in to getting a Baron. We've seen, I think, 3 Baron steals at this point in this series. Granted, the fights have not gone in the favor all the time of the team stealing the Baron, but it's still, the ability for the game to go either way is just so up in the air right now. We would have to see RIT probably losing the lives of their solo laners and actually, as we speak of it, or as we saw last game, the Ezreal was forced to go AD. Oh, and Infiltrator is back in the game, so we're going to be getting right back into this very soon.
Hopefully these connection issues were solved on the side of RIT. Definitely want this integrity of this game to be well and done. Looks like this unpause is going to be coming out in just a second. Should be. I think it's the side of McMaster trying to need the ready up. Gonna be a second though.
I just heard the text message, so we could possibly be seeing this 5-second timer to count down. Just waiting on it. Come on.
Yeah, and
almost there.
This is just a situation right now where RIT needs to try to just close out this game again. This has been the name of the game for pretty much the entire series, and I would say even for most of RIT's games this season, right? They almost always get an early game advantage, and now they have to try to close it out. So many times they fail closing it out cleanly, or they get outscaled, they make some mistakes and get picked out, but that's not what you want at this point in time, right? This is Game 5 of a playoff match. You want to keep going, you're going to have to fix your mistakes, and you're going to have to close out this game. And on the side of McMaster, they just got to scale up, right? They can turtle, just play around the Baron. I mean, not up to the Baron, but you can play a bit behind the Baron and just pressure RIT away from the Baron while also turtling and just CSing.
Yeah, I want to see how this next fight plays out. I feel like the next fight in this game could heavily influence who we're going to see in control for the rest of the match. RIT really needs to play towards their aggressive style comp, try to find a good pick with the Nocturne that they can actually execute on, try to continue the fight out and look for an ace, possibly get a Baron or more turrets off of it. But we're still waiting on this pause. It's been quite a long time now. I'm not sure if the issues have continued to rise, but we're going to just check up on the teams right now. Looks like RIT is taking another second. So, looks like they haven't quite solved the connection issues here with Infiltrator, but we're going to be looking to get back into this game very soon.
A bit unfortunate with all these pauses and all these issues, but that's just how it goes, I guess. And man, this has been a long set. This is the long haul. We are now almost 5 hours into this stream, and I mean, I don't even have the mental fortitude to keep casting, but
let me sleep.
I mean, these players, they're just going at it. I mean, the amount of exhaustion most of these players are probably going through is just insane. I mean, the amount you just have to concentrate and think this entire time is just grueling. And it's just gonna be who can outlast longer. And RIT are in that position, but do they have the mental to close this game out?
We'll see very, very shortly, or in this case, a very, very long time. This pause still isn't quite over. Oh, no, it is over. It is over. We're starting up really soon. By really soon, I mean right now.
We're finally back into this game. The unpause just happened. So now it's going to be looking like just a reset. Everyone's just kind of farming up, clearing stuff. It's probably going to be the Baron dance coming out soon.
Be very soon. That buff is up, and we've seen a lot of fights towards the 22-minute mark. That's a hook landing onto the jungler of McMaster. This is a bunch of damage in favor of RIT, but also a lot of damage falling back onto Kazeme. 1-for-1 trade so far, but that's a jungler down on McMaster.
Yeah, Infiltrator also popping. Not going to get any dashes on, but that was a good pick on the King Freezes, but they didn't focus him down hard enough, and so Venerator was just able to walk around, get that ult, and then just get the pick onto Kazeme.
It was a good thing for McMaster to turn that around. It was a good shockwave to pull in 2 members of RIT and get a little bit of a chunk out. But the fact that McMaster lost their jungle pressure is actually pretty huge, as right now it's Django is looking for the pick out as the Kaisa ulti is going to chase Sagusa down, but RIT is going to get their men on the Baron pressure. Looks like that's going to be pinged out by McMaster, though. RIT does not have the speed to take this fight yet.
This is such a risky Baron. I don't know what they're trying to do here. There's no way they can get this.
There is no way. This Infiltrator is already taken very low. He's not tanky at all, so RIT needs to be playing this a little bit more cautiously. So now they're going to lose Baron pressure. Infiltrator will probably need to back, and AO's Django is actually looking for a flank play in the top lane right now. He's being caught out in between a lot of people. He gets the Slicing Maelstrom out, but he's not on anybody from RIT, because Enemy is going to be taken down yet again, but Sagusa is back onto AO, it's Django. 2-for-1 trade so far in favor of McMaster. Solus is being caught out as well. A lot of damage already landing onto Solus, but he's going to be able to get out of there. Just a 1-for-2 trade. Not too bad for RIT, but still not
this
what
is
you're
so
looking
disastrous for RIT. They started out the Baron for no reason. There was no possible way they can do it, and so they get taken low, and so the rest of McMaster just comes up, and they just take out Stiletta and Kazeme, and that's really big problem right now. So they're gonna give up even more pressure, more mid-game team fight, and now it's gonna be a little bit weird. Ocean Drake is coming up. Not gonna be too good, but Victor and Ezreal do like that poke. Do like to poke with the Ocean Drake.
RIT is going to be positioning a lot of their team around the Ocean Drake to try to pick that up before the enemy team can really reposition in time. So a lot of McMaster isn't quite there yet, so RIT does have their advantage so far. Getting the dragon down fairly low. I'm not sure if you're going to want to look for a steal here if you're McMaster. You want to look for a fight win and perhaps a Baron after it. RIT is just going to get the dragon and get away right now.
Yeah, and it looks like just going to be another Drake going over to the side of RIT. They're going to try to build up these Drakes. They've slowed down the game a little. They're not really trying to go for anything crazy right now as they were before, but I mean, the team fight on the side of McMaster is just so powerful at this point in the game, especially with Venerated being so strong. You have Valine finally scaling up, and AOH Django almost completed 3 items, so he's going to be so strong with these flanks if he gets a good TP in.
At the current moment, the TP advantage is on neither side, but RT is actually going to look for the kill here onto AO. It's Django. He's going to be able to get away there. That's actually huge for McMaster as they're going to start up the Baron, knowing Infiltrators on the bot side of the map. TP is coming out from Sagusa, though, and he has a feast ready to smite that Baron down. It's going to be a disengage on the Baron for McMaster, but all in all, kind of a bad trade for RIT. They use so much for so little.
I mean, but they did force out the ult from AOH Django, but obviously that paranoia is just so strong too, so not really too much. They try to get the
vision back in their favor.
Yeah, they try to get the Baron, but not going to be able to get it. They don't have enough damage to do it yet. They don't have it.
No, it's about half health actually. They're looking for this Baron. They have the smite control. RIT is going to have it very low. It's coming down.
Ooh,
There's the feast.
Down.
He gets the feast, but Infiltrator is very low already. Well, Venerate is also taken to about 100 HP. RIT have the advantage of this fight. McMaster is already taken down very low. Multiple members around half HP. They're just going to look for pressure along the mid lane. RIT is going to have this Baron recall to reposition in time.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there by RIT. They recognize they're able to burst down the Drake there. They do have the 2 elemental Drakes. They did secure it with the feast. So probably going to give up 1 turret for this, but that's not a big deal. And this is actually kind of risky from the side of McManus.
And they are so... right now.
McMaster.
I love McManus. But RIT is just going to run it down mid right now. They have the advantage right now. And Infiltrator engaging onto 4. He has the GA, so it's just going to be a bait so far. He's possibly going to be taken down. Lantern gets him out alive, but RIT still has the advantage in the fight. Everybody on McMaster is about half HP.
Yeah, they have to recall.
This could just be the turret trade back towards RIT, getting that favor after the Baron. They could also look for the inhibitor turret. Slicing Maelstrom is up for
They're
Django.
Just on that back. The Ocean Drake is healing them up, and it looks like they're just going to get the inhib, playing it a bit safe. I like that decision from them. They're going to probably be able to get that outer, or the inner top tier turret, but they're gonna try to come up here though and maybe save it.
Take it and disengage. Take it and disengage. That's a hook actually landing
a
onto
hook.
Django. That's a lot of CC. That's a fight advantage already for RIT. They can rotate to the mid lane and finish this game possibly if they win the fight.
I don't know. They got Solus chunked out so far. I think they just try to go either for this top. I think they just try to go for this top inhib actually.
They could go for the split push as well. That hook was so huge by Kazeme. And this is just going to continue RIT's Baron pressure, pushing this power play so much in their favor. The turret's starting to get hit up by the minions. Another hook lens up to Venerated. Huge by Kazeme. He's carrying this game. But Solus has enormous damage as Valen is also taken very low. Paranoid is back up. RIT is just going to use that to get the pressure they need to secure this inhibitor. Django is coming up very soon, but he does not have any fight pressure. So this is going to be 2 inhibitors for RIT. I expect them to disengage after that. Go for the bot lane and end the game with a triple inhib take.
Yeah, they have no ults down. Oh, the inhib lives with like 1 HP, but that's fine because all the ults are down for the side, but they're going to try to get any picks, but no ults on the side of McMaster, so they're just going to get kited here. So let him almost taken out in Django.
That's actually Django nearly falling right there as RT got so much off that Baron already. They got the top lane, 2 turrets in the top lane inhibitor, 2 turrets in the mid lane, nearly the mid lane inhibitor, and very soon I believe they're just going to rotate bot lane and look for that bot turret, if not do a 1-1-3 push and try to secure this game out nice and cleanly with the end of the Baron.
RIT is showing why they should win this set, and they're doing it convincingly. They were able to get this early game lead with Infiltrator, with Kazeme, and those 2 are both carrying this mid game so hard. That is a 3rd Mountain Drake that they're going to use to try to take out the base of McMaster.
They have a 5k gold lead going into this next fight. I believe whoever wins the next fight is going to have another sway into the rest of the game. RIT just has such an advantage right now to pressure McMaster into their base. This cannon pick isn't working out as well as the Vladimir. Still offering some similar objective, but he can't get the same safety in his engage, and he's just been following. And Kazeme with these hooks has just been giving RIT the advantage so huge in multiple fights going into that Baron play.
Yeah, RIT is going to look to try to split the bot and the mid lane. The top lane, Kennen not having that good wave clear versus the super minions, so he's going to take a while to clear those minions, and that's actually a failed engage from Ging Farisi, so that's 1 huge ultimate down from the side of McMaster. So now it's going to be AOS Django still trying to clear that top lane, but RIT taking that inner and a huge hook, but they're not going to go onto it. So now they're going to try to just get this bot tower while Infiltrator tries to pressure that mid inhib. It is about half HP, so he can get on it. He can definitely take it.
And the super minions are pushing in the top side right now. RIT is just looking for that sort of 1-1-3 I was talking about, only it's more of a 1-1-4 as the super minions pretty much equate a champion at this point. There's no way they can really take those out viably at this point in the game. So RIT is just looking for that split pressure, trying to get the last inhibitors and last inhibitor turrets on the map.
Yeah, as I said, the Kennen not clearing super minions as efficiently as the other top laners that Django has been playing this set overall, but now RIT is going to be looking and the paranoia comes out.
That's the paranoia. Infiltrators looking for the engage or just a use of the paranoia, get the vision clear so they can get the inhibitor turret, and that's going to be the slicing Maelstrom catching on to none of the carries of RIT. Sagusa taken very low as well as Kizame. I think Kizame is going to fall right now, but Sagusa gets out with his life. That's a turret, inhibitor turret, for 1 kill traded for McMaster. I would call that worth it for RIT.
Yeah, it looked like a very good engage coming out from McMaster, but they're just not able to get anything besides Kazeme. I mean, Sagusa was taken low, but the carries weren't pressured at all. They were able to kite back just enough, and now that is an entirely cracked open base on the side of McMaster. So now it's just going to be RIT looking to take the Baron, and then this is going to be pretty easily takeable for these inhibs. I mean, it's just going to be the Baron play here. It's the teleport coming in from Stiletta. They're going to try to take this. They have 3 Mountain Drakes, and they also have super minions in the top lane. So it's just going to be RIT trying to do a Baron dance. Maybe they try to send Sagusa bot lane to pressure the inhib, but it's most likely he's going to stay here to try to feast that turret and take up the damage.
Now that is actually the last super minion wave there for RIT, so the pressure is going to be relieved in that portion of the map. So actually that was a huge E landing from Solus, already chunking out a little bit of McMaster's lineup already. This Baron is being started up by RIT. They've already got it down to about 3/4 health. They've got the damage. There's a Shockwave catches 2, but overall RT is already winning this fight as Morgana has already fallen. GA burned on Infiltrator, but this is the fight win for RIT. They've already got so much damage dealt. Venerated is falling very low, and Stiletta is going to fall from the Kaisa damage. It's actually, so far, an even fight. Solus is still alive and able to pressure this. But overall, even right now, Infiltrator is actually running into the base to try to secure that inhibitor as perhaps the rest of RIT tries to prevent them from backing. Stop the ports, stop the ports. That's what they're saying right now. There's the teleport by Django, but it's not going to save the top lane inhibitor in time. RIT gets the inhibitor back in a 1-for-2 trade.
They do get the Baron, but wait, no, they didn't get the Baron, my fault. But Stiletta in that fight, though, it was looking like a pretty good fight for RIT, but Stiletta went a little bit ambitious and walks right into the 2 carries of McMaster, and he gets taken down along with Sagusa trying to follow to help him, and they gave up a lot more than they needed to that fight. But luckily Infiltrator was able to take out Diminish and was able to get that inhibitor. So I mean, Infiltrator is trying his best to carry this team right now.
He's doing an excellent job as he's still maintaining his 100% kill participation in this game. RIT is going to continue to pressure, or look to pressure up this Baron, as they're sending Sagusa to the bot lane. He has his TP up, and he's able to get cross-map pressure. He might look to get that inhibitor while the rest of the team is busy with the Baron dance. I think this Cho'Gath is at the point in the game where Kennen can no longer really force him out of lane at all. And he's able to actually close the gap really well with the Righteous Glory as well. I think this is the last normal dragon coming up. RIT is going to secure this. They've already got people on it. But the Baron is started up by McMaster. This might be a little risky as they're spotted out by a ward. They didn't have the coverage quite yet. Infiltrator isn't quite there yet, but he does have the paranoia to get in range. They do have vision on the Baron, taking about 5 HP. Huge hook, but dodged out by the stopwatch. That's a bunch of damage from Slicing Maelstrom, but 2 members already falling on the side of RIT. Infiltrator dies, but the rest of McMaster are going to die right here. RIT have the lead. Quadra kill for Solus. This is going to be the game. This is going to be the series right here. No Baron needed, no Dragon needed. That was enormous damage in that fight. And it's just RIT picking up this game win. They have proved themselves the superior team. Solus becoming a little bit strong right there. Realizing he gets the quadra kill. Wanting the inhibitor to make it a makeshift pentakill.
Kazeme getting that game finishing hook onto Venerated. And you see Infiltrator dives in. Sagusa soaking up the damage. Solus, insane damage. AoE cuts through the entire team. He's gonna clear out the game, and now that is a Game 5 win. playoffs over to RIT over McMaster, and that is a hard-fought victory if I have ever seen one. And they are going to win and advance into playoffs.
That wasn't a 5 victory.
What a set.
What a set. I can finally sleep and eat.
But, oh my god, was this not such an insane set? This was so back and forth, so evenly matched. Both teams played their hearts out. And at the end, it was RIT that was actually able to close out the game. They played it so well, but McMaster also playing it so well. I mean, they had some great games. They had some great players. Both of these teams gave it their all, but at the end, it was RIT coming out on top.
What a series played. RIT picking up the 3-2 win over McMaster, and that is going to be the end of McMaster's season. They showed that they're a very strong team, though, and should not be too upset with their performance. They played an excellent game one, being able to come back in some of these early game deficits that RIT had staged on top of them. McMaster is a good team, and they should be proud of how they played this season and how they made playoffs. RIT, on the other hand, should be very happy. This is their first ever playoffs appearance in the CLoL tournament, so huge props to them. Excellently well played. We got to see beautiful play here by Infiltrator and Solus, Solus, by Infiltrator and Kizeme in the final game. And that was actually near 100% kill participation by both of them, although they lost out of it by dying in the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, Solus, Infiltrator, just doing so well this game. They ended this series so hard in this last game, and even Kizeme has also done such a great job, and every player on this RIT team, I have trouble seeing any glaring weaknesses in terms of individual skill on this RIT team, right? They're all so individually talented, and it's just the teamwork that brings them together. They're always able to get these early game leads because of their individual skill, and then they try to play these mid to late game team fights. They generally shot call very well. They have very good teamwork. Honestly, but the only weakness I would say about this team is a little bit they're closing out the game. And I've said this before, and I will still say this now, that's one of their only glaring weaknesses that I say. And even then, they still have improved on that consistently. So I think that is one of the biggest advantages of RT, is that they are very good at coming up with things and fixing their issues. And I think their shot calling and their game ending has been so much better. And they are clearly a playoff team not to be messed with.
This is going to close out our stream for the day. Thank you for joining us, and on behalf of myself, Conceit, and the rest of the live broadcast team, we wish you a good night and see you next time in the CLoL tournament.
Look at the sky, the sun won't ask for one if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask the world if it can rise. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask what if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the